Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this day of our faculty enrichment education outcomes. I trust you all had a good rest and are feeling refreshed. This starting now and ending at 1 p.m. Before we begin, I would just like to remind you about a few things. Firstly, please ensure that your video and audio are on mute so that it does not disrupt the flow of the speaker and the experience of other participants. Secondly, please feel free to write your questions in the chat during the session so that they can be addressed at the end of the session. Thirdly, please remember to fill in the feedback form at the session. Four feedback forms for today. The feedback form will be posted at the end of each. So within the session, the college and IQAC and on management and study. I'm so sorry about that. I think there was some network trouble. As I was saying, our first speaker for today is Ms. Hema Doreswamy. Ms. Hema is involved in international student recruitment and marketing for institutions in Denmark, Switzerland, and the US. She is the director of My Global World, International Business Academy of Switzerland, or IBAS. Her area of expertise is providing help to students interested in pursuing their academic and professional dreams abroad. Ma'am, thank you for joining us today. Today, Ms. Hema will be addressing us on the collaboration between SJEC and IBAS. Over to you, ma'am.
Well, thank you so much. A very good morning or good day to everyone. Well, I actually thought that Dato will be speaking first and then I will be taking the floor, but it's okay. I will continue. I guess it's fine with you, right, Dato, that I'll start first?
I can start if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I was assuming
Okay.
that was the flow. It's okay. You can start first then.
Okay. Back to the moderator.
Yeah.
So moderator, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Whatever you're comfortable with, sir.
Yeah. All right. I will start now. Well, let me thank you first of all to the master of ceremony, the moderator, and to all the top management committee, the staff of St. John's Evening College, to all participants, both in India, in Malaysia, and all around the world. I would like to say a special thank to Dr. Paul Newman, whom I know for many years now, and also to Dr. Kanishka, both of St. John's Evening College. Yeah, thank you, doctors, for inviting us, me and Ms. Hema Doraisamy, on a very important topic entitled "The Scope of International Collaboration and Networking in Higher Education Institutions." Now, I would like to touch, because the time is running short, I would be touching on mainly on 5 important points this morning. And later, Ms. Hema will take over the session. Right. In the first place, we are living in a globalized world. Yeah. So we are not living in an island. We have to be well connected. In other words, we must have a good networking, not only in our own country, but in around the world. So I started into education, roughly, if I were to say, about 45 years ago. 45 years ago, I started into education business, where I was a teacher earlier. I was a trained English teacher, where I taught in Malaysia and I taught in Canada and many other countries. And before I decided to pursue law and became a London-trained lawyer. And my profession is now I'm a senior advocate, senior consultant, advisor for education, not only in Malaysia, but in many other countries. Now, so when we are living in a globalized world, we cannot be thinking of our own country, because education today, education has become a very big business venture. We need that networking. We need that collaboration with other countries in order to survive for a long term. When I say long term, that means business entity must survive for more than 10 years. If you can survive for more than 10 years, then you can go through, then you can survive the generation. Now we have seen many institutions, many universities, colleges, they came in and they were just like mushrooms. Yeah, they were here for some time and then they disappeared. But there are colleges, universities, institutions, business entities that have survived for hundreds of years. And I must thank. I'm very proud of St. Joseph College, because St. Joseph College is, as I understand, is one of those colleges, universities in India that has survived for many decades, for centuries. And they are still surviving, and they are still moving, and they are established around the world. Now, that is what we call international networking. You must have that connection. Yeah, you must have that relationship, that close relationship. You must know the people, and most important, the trust. Very important is the trust. The trust must be in there. If there's no trust, there is no business collaboration. There is no business networking. So with that, I came to know of St. Joseph College more than 5 years ago, and it is through none other than Dr. Paul Newman. And I brought about 30 over students, my master students, my mature students, about 5 years ago to St. Joseph College to Bangalore. Because why? Because I invented the program called International Management Program, IMP. International Management Program is for students so that they can collaborate, they can do networking, they can we go on study trips with foreign universities. So we have done in countries like Australia, we have done countries like in New Zealand, we have done in Indonesia, we have done in Vietnam, we have done in Philippines, we have done in India, and we have done in countries like in Switzerland. Many countries we have done over the years. International Management Program, where students get to know their counterparts. I mean, wherever you're traveling, whichever country you're traveling, then you can build a good network with that country. So with that, we were in St. Joseph College, and my students really had a wonderful time in St. Joseph College in Bangalore, because you were very friendly. Students were very friendly. The lecturers were really professional, were really hands-on, up to date. And we had St. Joseph College had a very good management team as well under Dr. Paul Newman. So students, when we came back to Malaysia after our 3 days, 4 days program, and I had a very good feedback from my students. All were very happy. Because why? Because the program, particularly we have three topics or 3 modules in the IMP. Now, number one on leadership. We have a study on leadership. So there will be a lecturer who will be talking about leadership in business, especially leadership in education business. How do you lead education? Education today is a very big business venture. So you must have very strong leadership in order to survive. A leader who has got the look, the futuristic look. You have to program for the future. You cannot be looking back. You have to look to the future. Now, especially times like at this moment, the pandemic moment, a very challenging moment. How are you going to survive? Are you going to just look within your country? You have to look outside. You have to build that network. So this is where the leadership comes, because the leaders are the ones who are the visionary leaders. They have got a vision and they got a mission how to go about with this strategic plan. So that is why we have one module called the leadership module. So that is one very important. So we must inculcate a module on leadership so that students will know what kind of leadership we need in the education business. Because when you talk about leadership in business, entity, leadership in social, leadership in many other areas, in economic field. So likewise in education, you must have that leadership. And secondly, international or global marketing skills. How do you market your product? You have a good service. You have got a good product in your hand. No point having a wonderful product in your hand, but you are unable to market it strategically marketing in countries, in overseas countries, internationally. Now you have to build that leadership. Now when you build that leadership, you are also building your branding. Like St. Joseph College, very well known in India, very well known in all over the world. So that is the branding. When they hear of St. Joseph College, yep, that's it. We wanted to be with them. That is what we call branding. So branding here, that is what we are trying to do here between Malaysia and India. Of course, we have Malaysia and India have got a very long-standing historical relationship. We have been friends. We have got so many similarities between Malaysia and India. So collaboration, networking is not a problem with us. That is what we preferred India, and especially St. Joseph College were very much willing to accept us. and they give us all the proper requirements, all the proper services, very good arrangements they give. So this is what you must do. We must have that international or global marketing skills. So this is another topic that normally we do in the module, international management program module. The marketing skills. Marketing skills varies from country to country. Yeah, it depends on the race. It depends on the political structure of the country. It depends on the language of the country. It depends on the nature of the economic setup of the country. So we have to understand. So when we travel overseas, we must study about that particular country. Now, when you are coming to Malaysia, of course, you must know the structure of Malaysia. So this is what students study in IMP. Now, when we go into other countries, so we will learn the type of leadership, the type of branding, the type of networking that we need. So when we come back, you can use it. You can use that experiences, that knowledge into your businesses. So this is what we learn from international collaboration, international networking. Now again, in international networking, you have to build a long-term relationship. Nothing works in a small, in a short-term plan. In other words, when I say long-term, I mean it is for more than 5 years. We have to build a more than 5 years. Now I have built this good relationship with St. Joseph College for the last more than 5 years. So today we are like brothers and sisters. We have come to the point of trust. Now a relationship must be built to the point of trust. Of course, when there is no trust, you cannot do business. When there's no trust, there's no harmony in the family. When there's no trust, there is no stability in the country. So we must build trust. Now, how do you build trust? Of course, first stage we call the knowing stage. You know each other. You will exchange business cards, or you will exchange a short conversation. That means knowing about your background, who are you, what is your qualification, what is your profession. Now that is the knowing part. Now, can the knowing part alone build trust? Answer, no. 80% no. Because it is only knowing. You know for the time being. You may remember him or her for 1 week, or for 1 month, or even for 1 year. But then you have not built that relationship. Now, once you know each other, then you got to build. Then you got to go to the next step. Yeah, that means you must like, or what we call love, like the other partner, the other business entity. You must build that relationship. So knowing, the second stage is liking. So when you like, you will build communication by way of probably now in these days we do WhatsApp, we do email, we can travel, we can meet up in your college, we can go to your families, we can go to your place. So all this comes under liking. Now liking may last. It may last for 1 year, or after that it may just disappear. That is the second stage. But we have not built the trust. The trust level comes on the third level. That means knowing. First level is knowing. I call it the K. The second level is liking. I call the L. And the third level is the trust, the T, KLT. So when we have built the trust level, any business entity, any family relationship, yeah, any international collaboration, it works out well. So that is what today we are doing. As I know, I have built that, and I know that I have built that KLT with St. Joseph College. That is why we are willing to come in. We are willing to come in with St. Joseph College to work within India, internationally. We call it international collaboration. And probably through us, through my connection around the world, maybe I will bring St. Joseph College to many parts of the world, into New Zealand, into Australia, into Singapore, into Indonesia, into Vietnam, into Europe, London, Switzerland, Italy, to many other countries. So this is what we call the networking. We have to build the networking. So I have being in the education line for more than 45 years in the education line. I've seen that a strong networking is very, very vital for collaboration. When you have no strong networking, how are you going to do collaboration? Collaboration comes after the networking, when you have built a strong networking. So this is what I mean here. So we have to build that networking, and we have built that networking. That is why we have come to a stage of a collaboration. A collaboration can be in the form of in a very loose form. It can be in the form of a MOU, a memorandum of understanding. It can be a real legal agreement can be done. It all depends on the relationship that we have built. So what I'm advocating here is that we are here to build that collaboration. That collaboration, both locally, yeah. As I'm a Malaysian, I can bring St. Joseph College to Malaysia or to Singapore or to my neighboring countries, to Thailand, to Cambodia, to Vietnam or to Myanmar. All these are our neighboring countries in Southeast Asia, to Philippines. So this is what we can do, collaboration. And I also can bring this to the overseas, to other continents, probably to the Asia Pacific region, to the European region. So we are here because of our knowledge, because of our experience. We are now exploring the market of how we can grow bigger. We have grown to a certain level now, probably for the last umpty years, we have grown to a certain level, to this level. But now, as the times are very challenging, as you know, the whole modus operandi of business ventures, business connections are moving very differently, and now all borders are closed. So how are we going to survive? So this is what we are going to talk. This is what we are here for, that we want to build that good, the scope of international collaboration and networking, especially in higher education institutions like St. Joseph College. And here we have Ms. Hema, who will be talking, who is also an educationist for more than 10 years now, and she will be later taking over from me, and she will be specifically going into her college, that is her academy, International Business Academy of Switzerland, how they have ventured in the international business, how today they have students all around the world. Of course, now in the present market, everyone has gone online, and probably when the borders are open, when the lockdowns are all lifted, then we will be back to face. But that is the way how we do business. So business is a continuous process. Business is a moving process. Business is you must be innovative, innovative according to times. So one of the concepts that we are very much interested is in this networking and collaboration. And I have built up my business ventures around the world. I've given talks to about 30 over countries around the world, and I always mention that you must build the KLT: knowing, liking, and trust. Without trust, none of the business will take over. It may last for 1 year. It may last for 5 years. I have seen many partnerships. I have seen many ventures falling down just because the loss of trust. Just because when you have some doubts, a small doubt that goes into your mind, that is enough to collapse. That is enough to kill your business. Now we have to build that relationship to the trust level, and that I'm very sure I'm with Dr. Paul Newman and with Dr. Kanishka, and if I see that wonderful souls in St. Joseph College, and I personally came to St. Joseph College, Bangalore, and I was there and I was observing your setup, St. Joseph College setup, and I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. That is what I'm ready to come back after 5 years to St. Joseph College. So today I've got a very bigger network, a bigger connection around the world. So I'm going to take St. Joseph College to many parts of this world. And that is what I'm here for. So we are here to build that strong collaboration. So please remember, for survival of any business, you must have proper marketing skills. Yeah, then only you can do branding. You must have proper marketing. In order to have that, you must have the connections. You must have not only the local connections, you must have the international connections. When you have the international connections, then you are there, because somebody is taking your name, somebody is taking your institution to overseas, and somebody is recommending your institution to overseas. So this is what I mean here. So let us together. It's a very short presentation. I'm being very brief. Maybe later I may take on some questions from the participants, from the audiences. And with that, let me thank once again to St. Joseph Evening College, especially to Dr. Paul Newman, a great man whom I've known him for many years now, and he has also traveled to Malaysia, and I've been to Bangalore, I've been to his house, and now Dr. Kanishka is now in the scene, and I tell you, wonderful people. And I thank all the top management of St. Joseph College for giving this opportunity for me and Ms. Hema for this, even though it's a short presentation, but I hope that this presentation will last long for a long time. And that is what we call networking and collaboration. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I pass back this session to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's very heartening to hear that you're willing to come back and collaborate with us once more. Professor Dr. Doreswamy is a self-made man, and he's spent almost 50 years in social volunteerism services in Malaysia and other countries. He's also a qualified English language teacher and has taught English in Malaysian schools and in Canada between 1977 and 1984, and he's also been a practicing lawyer for 20 years. And as he mentioned, he has a lot of expertise in the field of education. So we thank you so much, sir, for spending time with us today. Before we take questions, we'll hear from Ms. Hema, if that's okay with you, sir, and then we can take questions. Yeah.
Yes, sure,
please,
definitely. Proceed. Yeah.
Yeah. Please post your questions in the chat so that we can ask the two panelists at the end of the session. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Well, a very good morning and good day once again to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me today. So basically, I'm going to speak about IBAS. Well, that's the institution that I manage. That's the institution that I work with. IBAS, in short, that's the short form of it. It's actually International Business Academy of Switzerland. So we're actually based in Zurich, Switzerland, and we started actually in 2017. So basically, we're a very newbie in education industry. But having said that, we have been traveling across the Southeast Asian region over the years, recruiting students for the school in Switzerland. So we are actually a private school registered in Switzerland. And we offer mainly two programs, which is hospitality and business. So it's an undergraduate and postgraduate programs for hospitality and business. Now, basically, we currently use Eastern European lecturers to teach our students, and we provide students with accommodation if they are studying with us full-time in Switzerland. We also have students who are studying on an online, or we call it the hybrid mode, where they come and go over the period of their study times. So, of course, in this pandemic, all right, education industry, it has definitely taken a toll where things has now moved to Zoom a lot. A lot of universities are using Zoom to teach students. Now, for us in IBAS, it wasn't actually a big hit for us. Now, the reason why I said that it wasn't a big hit, because mainly we actually from the very beginning was already doing in a hybrid mode. So when we started back in 2017, me and my business partner had this idea that we will always incorporate online teaching as well as the face-to-face teaching. So in that sense, when the pandemic hit us, it wasn't a very big switch or a change for us, because all we had to do was stop the face-to-face teaching and just continue teaching online. And what we also realized that when the pandemic hit, more students actually started approaching us, especially for the postgraduate programs, because we found that more working professionals now want to pursue their MBA or their doctorate programs in business, because they have the time now. They are at home and they're working from home. So for them to study, it was an easier way rather than coming full time to Switzerland. So we noticed more students actually approaching us and asking us about our programs. So I would say that the reason this happened was because probably from 2017 itself, we were already on a hybrid mode. So that way it was easier for us during this pandemic, all right, to sort of accommodate all the students. So what's in for us? I mean, that's what I was asked to touch. Like, what is in between you guys and what we can do together, and what can we collaborate with? Of course, the first thing, the collaboration that we could look at is, of course, to have a dual mode study. Like, as I said earlier, we do hospitality and business programs. So if you have business students in your institutions, and if they are interested to take up a Swiss program, then we can look at having a collaborative mode where we either do top-ups, or we can also look at doing student exchange programs where we send students to you guys or you guys send students to us, or we can even look at exchange programs for your teachers as well. So we could also have visiting lecturers from your end coming to us, or of course from our end going to you guys as well. So that's one of the collaborative methods or ways that I look at. And of course, we can look at twinning programs as well. So if you guys already have programs running, and if you're looking at having an additional European program added on, then we can also explore in that area of collaborative mode, as well as what Dato said. We know we need to look at expanding our horizons. So in that way, of course, we at IBAS, we look for collaborations from all around the world, and we are very happy to work with people, with universities who are willing to actually do collaborations with us. And of course, personally, me myself, I've been traveling across Southeast Asia region a lot. I've also traveled to India many times, because we actually have a good number of Indian students studying with us on a full-time mode in Switzerland currently. So our undergraduate students are basically, most of them, I would say, one of the highest numbers we have are from India. So, of course, I see a possibility of working together. We could always, see what are the ways that we can work on. And as I said, we can have it in different modes. We can have student exchange, we can have top-ups, we can even look at management level lecturers, or we can even have visiting lecturers. And we at IBAS, we are very open to the idea of working on a collaborative mode. So, of course, I'm really sorry that I didn't have a presentation on IBAS today. But of course, if you want, I will definitely go very much in depth probably in the next session, where I share more about IBAS. And if you want to see pictures of the school, of the facilities that we have, then I would be more than happy to share it. And I'm also willing to give our website. So for those of you who are interested, you can also go and check it out. And if there's any questions, you can always contact me, and we can always find out of ways to working together. All right, so that's all from me. And if there's any questions, because I prefer question and answers rather than just me talking. So if you have any questions, yes, please throw it out.
There's one question, ma'am, from Mr. Ravi Richard. Please suggest a viable method as to how educational institutions in India serving the students from poor and marginalized sections with low fee structures collaborate with international universities.
Please suggest. Okay, I think I just saw the question in the chat section. Well, many actually, finance has actually been a very, very big issue, because Switzerland is one of the most expensive country in the world. So of course, I think now with the pandemic, of course, given that students don't have to be physically in Switzerland to study, If they look more at online studies, then as I said, on a hybrid mode. So rather than spending the entire process of like 3 to 4 years being in Switzerland, probably they can look at just coming for the last 6 months or maybe the last 3 months in that way. So that way it's, it's sort of like the fee doesn't go up to be so high, because now with the hybrid mode, they can be wherever to study. Having said that, I also know that some students find it rather difficult to concentrate studying online. I mean, being a lecturer myself, I face this challenge where students find it like, they lose their motivation over a period of time to just be sitting in front of the laptop and and listening, rather than not having their classmates around them. So I think that's a challenging factor at this point of time, and I am still finding ways to actually make it interesting as much as possible. So I think if you're talking about finance, then of course, with the hybrid mode, try and look at ways where the students don't have to be in Switzerland more. They can just come towards the end, so that the fees is then drastically lower rather than spending more in the beginning. Yeah.
There's a question from Dr. Babu. Sorry, just a sec. Sorry, from Bill, from someone else. Education Without Borders through an NGO platform for development and poverty alleviation. Is that possible?
Is that for me or for Dato?
Yeah,
I think that's
I will answer that question. Yeah, it's a very good question. It's not an easy one because especially there are a lot of students, or what I call the smart students, who come from countries, so-called the underdeveloped countries, or the developing countries, or the poor countries, and they're very smart students. They have scored many A's in many subjects, but unable to proceed to universities or to higher institutions. So how are these students going to come up at the world level or the international level? This is a very challenging question, and I was one of them, because my parents about 100 over years ago, my parents were brought to Malaya by the British. We were colonials, and we all were born and brought up in a very poor community in the rubber estates. My parents came from India, of course, from Tamil Nadu, and without knowing the language of Malay, without knowing English or any other international language, only what they know is only Tamil. But somehow or other, we were all born and brought up in Malaysia. So the only thing that we had in mind was education, because there was no money in the pocket. All were very poor. But so the only way that we can come up in the business world or in any profession is through education. So being a very big family, my parents, I had about 11 siblings, and I'm number 8 in the family. It's a very, very big family. And just imagine, today's families are only 3 children, 2 children, or even 1 children, 1 child, the maximum 4. But we were 11 of us. But some or other we survived in a foreign country. And the only thing that I never looked back, I only look onto my education. Slowly, it was not easy, it was tough, but through education, of course, you have to be connected with the social organizations. There are so many social organizations, even in Malaysia or in India, in any other countries, who are willing to come up. So I was so lucky, and I was very close to one of the social organizations in my rubber estate, and they saw that I was a good student, and some or other the social organization in that rubber estate saw my ability, and they some or other helped me to provide a little bit of finance and some connection, and with that small connection, I went to the next level. So when I went to the next level, I managed to become an English teacher, and that's where, and I was exposed as an English teacher. I was teaching English in Malaysia, and I was also sent to Canada. the Malaysian government chose me because when you excel in something, when you are good in something, you must be good. When you are a good student, you must have the focus. When you have no focus, then you are going to remain there forever. So what I would say that be in touch with the social organization. Social networking is very important. I believe in networking. I'm a networker. I'm doing networking in more than 40 more countries around the world. Every day I do networking because that is what is the world today now. So for any student, you're in Bangalore or you're in any part of India or wherever you are, be connected with the social organization of your place around there because someone there is going to help you. So likewise, I would say that there is future. Never give up. You must have that attitude. A lot of students, you may be a good student, but when you give up on the first attempt or the second attempt or on the third attempt, that is, you're gone because you're a failure. So never give up. Just keep on moving, keep up building your relationship, keep up building your networking, be connected with the social organizations. There are Lions Club, there are Rotary clubs around the world. There are so many social organizations and there are so many funds around the world. Be connected. Never give up for any reason. Because why? You're a smart student, you're a brilliant student, and you have a good future. And that was what I had in my mind. And with that, became a teacher. Then I went into London, 4 years in London, did my law studies, became a lawyer. And from lawyer, I went for my 3rd degree, and I went for my 4th degree, and I went for my 5th degree, and I went for my 6th degree, and I went for my 7th degree, and I went for my 8th degree. And today I'm doing my 9th degree. And I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to stop after my 9th degree. I'm going to go for my next 10th degree, 11. So that is the blood that you must have. The blood that says that never ever give up. That is what I would say. For any student, never give up. You have the future. Education is in there for you. Use education as your yardstick to come up in life. I would say money will not help you, but education is be there forever until your last journey. Education will help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a question from Dr. Babu V. What are the different levels of collaboration at institutional level? For example, student exchange, faculty exchange, etc. I guess Ms. Hema could answer that.
Yeah. Okay, so as I said earlier, we at IBAS, we are very open to the idea of having student exchange programs and as well faculty exchange programs. Now, if you had heard what Datuk said earlier, where we could also look at actually having an IMP program between your institution and ours. So we can have visits planned where your faculty visit our faculty. Of course, when the pandemic is over, or if you guys want, we could also plan for a virtual visit where we take you through and, we show you how we do things in Switzerland. So it can be done in both ways. Of course, I'm assuming many would want to have a visit to Switzerland, being a nice country there. So of course, we look forward to planning this. In fact, we already have one planning from Malaysia. So they're looking at planning it next year, where the students are going over to Switzerland for a trip there. It's going to be an IMP visit. So basically, you not only visit the campus, we also try and visit some businesses based in Switzerland, where you get to learn from them and see how they actually started their businesses in Switzerland. And I must say that Indians in Switzerland are very, very well established. So there are many, businesses which are Indian orientated, owned by Indian owners that are doing very well. So we could plan on something like that. So yes, we are definitely open to the idea. Whereas for student exchange, if you have any students whom you think it's deserving, who would like to come and be with us for 6 months, to probably finish up the final theses or final paper, of course, that's also possible. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one final question. Before that, I just want to remind everybody to fill in the feedback form for this session. It's available in the chat. The final question is education without borders through an NGO platform for development and poverty alleviation. Is that possible?
Well, I think Dato answered it earlier as well. So
Yeah,
I'll just take on a little bit further. Well, I think there are a lot of NGOs around the world who are actually doing good for education. I mean, I'm personally involved in Rotary, and I think Rotary is well spread around the world. And I know a lot of Rotary clubs out there who actually sponsor students, who well-deserving students, if they are really good. So I think what's important is for students to never give up, like what Dato said, and look out for the right NGO out there. I think there are so many NGOs around the world, and they have to probably look out, do some research, because I think if you really have the passion to study, and if you really have the passion to elevate yourself to the next level, you will never give up, and you will look for possibilities out there. You will definitely network, you will definitely keep talking, and you will keep knocking people's doors to help you out if you are really passionate about it. So I think there are a lot of NGO platforms around the world who are very much into developing students, especially from poor countries. If they want to go to the next level, there are NGOs out there. So I think it's about never giving up and knocking the right doors. So go out there, explore the world. I think that's what I would say.
Let me add a few lines on this. As what Hema said, the attitude of never give up. Now, poverty, of course, poverty is one of the main reason for failures or for many students, because they come from that kind of a surrounding. To me, never use poverty as one of your main drawbacks or shortcomings in your life. Everybody has got some sort or rather of poverty behind them. We are not all born rich. We are not all born with a silver spoon. So poverty will be there forever. Will be there. Everybody faces that. So just try to come out from that poverty. That is what you must have. You must build the networking. You must have the connection with the social organizations, like what Hema said, Rotary Club, the Lions Club, so many chambers, so many associations, so many institutions out there are looking for students to really help them. So go for it. Never give up. And age is not a limit. Age, never use age. Whether you're 18 or 20 or you're 25 or you're 30 or 40 or 45 or 50, age is not. I've got students who are 75 years old. 75 years old, a grandfather studying MBA with me. And I asked him, sir, you are 75 years old and you are coming back to study at this age when you have grand or even great children, great children. You know what he said? He said, Mr. Doraiswamy, well, those days I didn't have the opportunity. My mind was to educate my children. And now I'm free. And I saw that you are giving an education right from where I am sitting in the house, and I can do my MBA online. And this is a wonderful opportunity. I have got all the time, and I can do. And your prices are all also very affordable, and I can do. And he is doing an MBA, completing his MBA. I tell you, amazing. So age is not a factor. You must have the right mentality. When you have the right mentality, you are there. You are going to be the top of the world. And I'm very proud of especially of Indians these days. I've been to so many countries and I've seen, as what Hema said, even in Switzerland, the Indians from India, from Sri Lanka, from many parts of from the countries around the world, all are doing well. In Australia, in New Zealand, in Italy, all are doing very well. Why? Because they came from a very poor background. They were not rich, but they had the right attitude and willing to work hard, and the attitude of never give up. Now, this is what I would say. Challenge yourself. Challenge to the limit. Don't give up. Just go for it. What is failure? Don't worry about failure. Everybody fails. I have failed. I have failed in my life so many times. But did I give up? No, never give up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to the end of the session. I think it was a very enriching session and it was also very inspirational. I request Mr. Jeffin Lijo from the Department of English to deliver the vote of thanks and then take us through the next session. Before that, I'm just reminding everybody once again that the feedback form is available in the chat. Please fill it in. Thank you to both of you. Over to Jeffin, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So on behalf of St. Joseph's Evening College management, the Brian Pereira, the director, the principal, Dr. Paul Newman, and all the staff members, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Duraisamy and Ms. Hema Duraisamy for sharing your valuable insight with us, ma'am. As the moderator rightly said, it was very inspirational to me, and I personally got to know a lot of opportunities available. And of course, yes, Dr. Duraisamy shared about the importance of networking, okay, getting to know about the opportunities, and that's when we can move forward, right? So it was really motivational, and I'm very sure that the staff and the students who are participating in this webinar would take a step forward and they would move towards greater heights. And Ms. Hema shared about the student exchange program. We are also so excited, to bring our students, or to have students from Switzerland studying in Bangalore. So we are looking forward to that also, ma'am, and we will work towards that. Thank you very much for those insight and valuable thoughts that you have shared. Thank you very much once again to all the participants who actively took part in this session, and also for asking the questions, and also to the to the resource persons, the guest speakers, for patiently listening the questions and also answering very well. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank
Thank you for having me around.
Thank you. Thank you to all. Thank you, Dr. Paul, Dr. Ganesh, and to all staff of St. Joseph College, and to all participants. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, dear participants, we'll move on to the next session. We have amidst us an eminent personality with profound knowledge on intellectual property rights. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. M. Kantababu. Dr. M. Kantababu received his B in Mechanical Engineering from Coimbatore Institute of Technology, and he also completed MS by Research and PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Based on his research work, he had so far published more than 100 technical publications in reputed journals across the world. And he has also successfully completed several projects, government-sponsored projects, such as DST, UGC, BRNS, and right now he is serving as the Director, Center for Intellectual Property Rights, Anna University, Chennai. Based on his dynamic leadership, he has established the most prestigious technology and innovation support center, and he has recognized institutions and inventors by awarding Anna University Intellectual Property Award every year for the 2 best performing institutions in each regions. He's a life member of ISTE and fellow of Institution of Engineers India, and he has traveled to several institutions in India and abroad, and conducting enriching sessions for the staff and the students in the field of higher education. So over to Dr. Kantababu. We are eagerly waiting to listen to the insight that you're going to share in this session. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Kantababu.
Oh, thank you very much. Whether my audio is okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's fine. Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the management and the team from St. Joseph's Group for providing this opportunity. Participants, at any point of time, you can ask me questions relevant to this topic, towards research, something like that. I'm ready to answer so that you will have clarity in your mind. The topic today we are going to see is what is the scope of IPR? What is IPR? First of all, basically, I'm going to disclose in a simple manner. And what is the scope of that? As an individual, as a student, why I should know IPR? What is the need for me to know about IPR? Whether it is useful for me to my life, then what is the relevance to higher education? So, especially teachers, why we should know about IPR, why we should get IPR, what is the benefit the institution will get, whether in ranking system, either in national ranking system or international ranking systems, or in a state ranking system, how students pursue the colleges based on the IPR you have. A lot of things we are going to discuss today. Let me start with some basics about what is meant by IPR, something like that. I would like to start my talk with a small quote from Nelson Mandela. I think everybody aware that education is the most powerful weapon. Now you can change the world. Now, order of day is IPR, startup and innovation will definitely change the world. For this, you basically need some knowledge. That knowledge will come from your institute or university, something like that. Okay, with this, I'm going to talk today. I think since it is very basic, you can have a questions, you can put in chat afterwards, I'll go through, or at the end also you can ask. Okay, this is what my overall presentation. So first I'm going to tell about what is the basic difference between invention and innovation. Then only you can understand easily IPR. If you do it for the first time, if you come with an idea, if you come with a product, something like that, for the first time in this world, it is called invention. First time you are invented the phone, first time you invented the light bulb, something like that, it comes under the category of invention. Whereas if you improve upon the product, already there is a product, let us say fan is there in your home. You want to improve that technically, let us say you want to add value into that. You are going to add some delta, some technical advancement in that, let us say remote controlled fan. Then that the value is added, that can be called as innovation. Okay, now can I add further innovation? Yes. Nowadays people are talking about IoT, Internet of Things fan. So you can operate the fan from anywhere in this world. I'm talking about simple example, it may be a washing machine or something like that. So these are all added value to the existing product. These are all comes under the category of innovation. Okay, in a simple telephone, a mobile phone or a smartphone, if you take, if you want to open the phone, there are multiple ways. One way is using pattern, another way is by voice recognition, another way by putting a thumb. All these are every day as happening. New innovation is coming. All these are separately categorized as innovation. Okay, there are some 350 patents in your smartphone. So in your packet, there are 350 patents, but you are not aware about that. That as a student, why I have to know about IPR? Why I have to know about innovation? I belong to a commerce student. Why it is like that? I'm going to work in a company, or I'm going to start a company, something like that. Then why I should know about IPR? Okay. What basically you should know is you should know the term called infringement. As because most of them are commerce or students or faculty from like that area, you should know what is a term called. There is a term called infringement. What is infringement? Now, let us assume you start a factory or industry or a company. Let us assume you started making COVID shield, a vaccine. Is it possible? Are you allowed to sell that? The question comes. Okay, imagine you know the technology, how to make it COVID shield. Is it possible for you to make and sell? No, because you are infringing other person's ideas. You are infringing other person's rights. Let us say typically COVID shield has been done under the university in the UK, Oxford University in UK. They got every rights for that, and they can decide how much to produce, what is the price of COVID shield, and so on. They can also decide to which country they can import or export, whatever may be. And also they can decide to which country, which person can be given licensing to produce number of vaccine, and all this they can have a upper hand. Even they can decide the price. Why? Because they have the rights, because they come with that invention. Okay, they come with an invention where it can destroy our coronavirus. So it is typically it comes from university. You cannot start any industry on that. You have to rely on, if you want COVID shield, you have to rely on only Oxford, because they fundamentally they applied for a patent. Our Prime Minister of India is asking are requesting the organizations or requesting the upper bodies like G7, something like that, for patent waiver. Why India should go and ask patent waiver? Why can't we produce directly? Why? Because there are some IQAC issues. Okay, not only that, RT-PCR, you have been used or somebody of your friend have been used to test whether they have been affected with COVID-19 or something like that. Why we are not making, why we have to buy from China? Why it costs us 2,500, 3,500? You cannot start that industry basically because one company in China has got the fundamental rights to make and sell the component. So nobody in this world is not allowed to make. If you want that RT-PCR, you have to buy only from this company. So this is background of that. Let us say you are in Bangalore, you have an idea after your graduation to start a company. It may be an office where you are going to make a fan. Okay, now you can make ordinary fan and sell. You may be having a factory, or your boss is maybe having a factory, you are working in the company. And yes, anybody can make the fan because the patent life is only for 20 years and everybody can make the fan. Now, IoT based fan. What is IoT based fan? You need not operate the fan by switch mode. Let us assume it is a voice recognition fan. You can switch on the fan, you can switch off the fan, you can increase the speed or decrease by simply voice recognition. Let us say this is your idea. Then, if it is this your idea, if you register this idea in the patent office, if you started making fan with IoT based like that, you are allowed. Assume it is somebody's ideas, and if you are not bothered about whose ideas, if you start that factory or if you are in the business, you will into the problem because you are totally against the rights of the other person, working on the rights of the other persons. So basically, there are some rights is happening like that. Okay, I'll tell you simply how to understand the topic, today's topic, intellectual property rights. I'm going to take the word rights in intellectual property rights. Assume that you purchase a two-wheeler or car, you have to register in one office. That office is called RTO office, Road Transport Office. Okay, what is the use of registering your name for that particular vehicle, even though you purchase from showroom? Is you have fundamental right. What fundamental right you have? Let us assume you park your car in a mall or a theater. When you come back, you see somebody sitting in the car. You can say, "This is my car. Please go out. I want to take my car out," like that. And if when police wala comes, he will ask only simple question: in whose name it is registered. If you say it is registered in your name, if you show the proof, you get every fundamental right. Similarly, if you have purchased a flat in Bangalore, you have to register in another office, not RTO office, sub-registrar office, where people register for marriage. Okay, right. Then why you have to go and register your flat when you purchase a new flat in that office? Is simple reason. Nobody should not stay in that house without your permission. You can rent it or you can stay, anything you can do. Somebody stays in the house without your permission, you can vacate it immediately. Okay, if somebody's court or police person asks you, they'll ask only document whether it is registered in your name or not. If it is registered in your name, you have fundamental rights. Now, I hope you understand the meaning of rights. Similarly, if you have an idea, okay, if you have an idea, let us say you have an idea which has got it from the R&D, say against the coronavirus, and you are going to come with a vaccine like that. Let us say you have an idea, or an idea like a smartphone, a new item in the smartphone, or an IoT fan, whatever may be. Now, if you have an idea, if you registered that idea in Indian Patent Office, I'm not talking about RTO office or sub-register office. Now, I'm talking about Indian Patent Office. If you registered that idea in Indian Patent Office, it is in Chennai, it is in Guindy, opposite to Guindy railway station. If you register that idea in the form of document in that office, nobody in this world should not think about that idea. If you register your two-wheeler or a car in RTO office, nobody should not use without your permission in this world. If you are register your flat or building anything land, if register a sub-register office, nobody should not use. Similarly, if you have an idea, if you register in Chennai Patent Office, nobody should not use. So when you start a business, when you involved in business, when you joining company, see that your company product is not infringing another idea. If you are infringing another idea, you will get into problem. They will sue you and they will take whatever you have earned and 3 times the fine. Let us assume you are registered a car in your name. Somebody is taken your car, you can immediately get it. because she has already registered that in the office. Okay, right now, this is what basically rights means. There is another term, property is there in the topic, as well as intellectual is there. Land, building, as I understand property, even your mobile phone is a property, computers, everything is property. Whether idea is property, that question. Okay, whether people's idea is, yes. Let us simple example. Steve Jobs' idea is to come with a smartphone where he wanted to give 25 equipments in one phone. Let us say in your smartphone, there is a radio, there is a big camera, there is a tape recorder, everything is there. 25 equipments are there, torchlight like that. But whose idea? It's one person from US. Okay, now they are having more economical value than the American government. Okay, the company gets too much money. In fact, whenever an iPhone is sold, 30% goes to the US as a tax, and remaining goes to the iPhone company. Okay, right. Let's say a revolutionary idea. Once everybody started buying in this world, the country is developing by getting in the form of tax, and the company is also developing like that. Okay, similarly, when you start a business, you should not infringe others' ideas. Okay, not only this property means only land building, idea is also property. Then any idea comes from any human being, it's an intellectual. Okay, so all are human being, all are intellectual, but we don't know whether our idea is new to this world. And we don't know what you have to do if you get new ideas. Okay, that is what this program about. If you have a new innovative idea, then what we should do. But then the question comes, what is innovation? Innovation means, I told you already, you have to add some value to the existing product. When you add something existing product, typically I told you IoT based fan for your easier understanding. If you add new value in that fan, it should be new. You should already, if it is existing in the world, it is not called innovation. So you should have something new in that. Okay, that is what this program is about. Okay, when you talk about innovation, there are three criteria. Okay, right. So what is innovation? Basically, when you do project work, when you whatever, you have to ask these questions. Whether your project work is innovation. That means you should not copy or download from earlier students or earlier batch or neighboring students. You have to do project on your own. That is the basic ethics in this innovation. Okay, when you do a project, then there are three basic questions. As a student, you can ask, "This is in my work like this." As a teacher, you can ask, "This is what in my work." What are the three contents, important criteria for innovation is novelty. Novelty means new. That idea should be available, should not be available in this world. Okay, it should be new. Even it should not be published in a conference or a journal paper or in WhatsApp or Facebook like that. A typical example, let us assume a teacher or a student having a very good idea. When they publish paper, anybody can read that idea, can use in that work, in their work. Okay, you will not get any money for that because you are publishing that idea freely to the society. Whereas if the same idea is documented and registered in patent office, if somebody use that idea, you'll get royalty. That is the basic difference between publishing in a paper or registering in the patent office. So if you have a new idea, it is first registered in the patent office. There are certain procedures for documenting that we will discuss later. Okay, you should not disclose first anything in the paper or a journal conference. There is no value for that. Even if you publish 50 papers, 50 journals, there is no value money for that. On the other hand, if the idea is good, if it leads to product, if it's an innovative idea, it has got a lot of value. Okay. Then another one is inventive step. Inventive step means a technical advancement. Okay, the approach or method you make is new. Okay, then if it is having a technical advancement or economically significant, then we call it as inventive step. Okay, typically I told you already smartphone is there. If you add another voice recognition phone or a fan is already there, but you are adding a new technical advancement, fan with voice recognition. What is the advantage of that? A elderly person or a handicapped need not go and put switch on off, or he can increase or decrease the speed by regulator. By using his voice command, he can operate the fan. That's a technical advancement, or that is called as inventive step. Then how you are integrating the voice and the fan, that is what the inventive step. Then another one is use. Whether that idea is usable for somebody, any product can be made. Then if these three criteria is there, then people call it as innovation. Okay, we want to go do a project work in the final year or in MPhil. What you have to do? You have to do innovative project. Okay, do not do a already existing project in this world. There's no use for that. Then if you question us, what is innovation? There are three basic criteria for innovation: novelty, inventive step, and applications. I will give some example for that. Okay, now I have shown a simple product. This is also patented. Initially, a steel rod, lengthy rod, thin rod has been patented by somebody. But one person thought this rod can be used for some application by cutting and folding in such a way to hold papers. So he got a patent. A simple, okay, simple product which is also patented in this world. Okay, then it is not end of the world. Can I improve the product? Yes, people have improved the product like this. They have folded in a different way. By folding it in a different way, they told they can hold more paper, or they proved that it can be held with more force. Why I'm showing this example? Let us take another example also. The most usable thing for any woman, it's safety pin. Okay, this is 120 years patent, and everybody can make it because already it is over. That any patent right is only 20 years. After that, anybody can use that idea. Why I'm showing this? Because whatever product you are seeing in your eyes, in front of you, or in road or classroom or in house, it has first went to document in patent office. It has registered as a document in the patent offices in all over the world. Whatever two-wheeler car you are seeing in your eyes in the road, first it went to RTO office. Similarly, whatever flat it has been built, first it has been registered, something like that. Similarly, product which has been sold in the market has gone first as a document in the patent office. You are not aware because basically you are a student or you may be a teacher, that's all. But those who are in business, they know what is the importance of that. Why they have to register? If you register this type of ideas, in the entire world, nobody should not use. You will get that fundamental rights. That is what intellectual property rights, because it is come or originated from your mind. When you register that, if it is new and innovation, then automatically you will get fundamental rights. Let us take an example for that. Okay, I'm going to give a simple example in another 3 slides. You will get an idea about what is IPR. Okay, basically we use this type of stamps in cricket, not now, earlier. When we won the last World Cup also, when Kapil Dev or Dhoni won the cup also, we are using this stamp. At that point of time, what was the problem is you are not able to take quick decisions or correct decisions and so on. How it is important? It can change the holder of the cup, winner of the cup also. And when Dhoni was not given run out because they used this stamp when they played with Sri Lanka in the final. Whereas in the last World Cup, Dhoni was given out because of this type of stamp, a new innovative stamp, because it was able to accurately say where he stands while running between the wickets. Okay, what is this stamp? Okay, this is a LED-based stamp. This is an innovation of a new product. Okay, same product, but they add some value here, and they say this is an innovative product. Now, one person have an idea. What is the idea? As soon as the ball strikes, when it is biles and stems are separated even by 1 mm, the light will glow. Okay. Okay, what is inside that biles? Inside the biles, there is an electronic circuit. Okay, there is an electronic circuit. There is a LED bulb, or LED cell, 2 sensors. It's a metal-based sensor. Okay, since it is a metal-based sensor, in the stem topmost part is metal part, and here you can see the metal part. Okay, right. When these are separated, and automatically the lights go. What are the important questions here? The question is here is I would like to know what is the cost of the stamp on your left-hand side. On your left-hand side, the cost of the stamps may be 1,000 rupees. With the GST, it may be 2,000 rupees. Okay, maximum cost I'm telling about a stamp, a set of stamp. Okay, right. Now, in the right-hand side, a single set of stamp they are selling for 25 lakhs. What you are seeing in the matches, one set is 25 lakhs, but the manufacturing cost is only 15,000. Why he is selling for 25 lakhs? If it is 25 lakhs, it is very high amount, huge amount. Anybody cannot buy. Okay, right now the fundamental question is, can you make this stamp? You know the cost making is only 10,000. Can you make it sell it for 20,000? Imagine you have finished commerce degree from your college. You want to start some business. Then you see this is a wonderful tool and wonderful product. Then you say There's only basically 15,000. I can make it. I can sell for 10 lakhs. I can earn too much of money like that. You cannot sell even one piece because one person from Australia have registered this idea. His name is Weckerman. He is the inventor of this idea of the product. Okay, so when he had an experience like when he went for a match between New Zealand as well as to the Australia, umpire has taken 20 minutes to give a decision. Then he thought, why can't we give it very quickly, accurately? Then he came with an idea. The novelty of this is as soon as the ball strikes, the light will glow. Okay, red light will glow, which can be seen from any long distance using a camera. According to ICAC, even 1 mm gap is out, but you cannot see 1 mm even from 22 yards. Okay, when he applied this idea in the patent office, he is belonged to Australian, so in Australian patent office, they'll ask only the same three questions. What is novelty in this? He told as soon as the ball strikes, when it is separated, light will glow. He made arrangement like that. Then they asked another question. What is the inventive step in this? He said he has integrated sensors, LED bulb, electronic circuit, everything in the biles as well as in the stem separately, in each biles and separately. Okay, this is what the inventive step. In your mobile phone, the inventive step is the camera or a tape recorder or a map or something, everything integrated in one phone. Separately, it is available, but you are integrating in a single unit for some application. Okay. Then they asked, what is the use of this term? So it can be used for from cricket match like that. So now the three criteria is there. He has been given patent. Okay. Now he has got every fundamental right. What fundamental right? When he registered this idea in the proper way of document in Australian Patent Office, what is the idea? He owns this idea. In the entire world, nobody cannot patent on this. Nobody cannot have registered this idea in any patent office because he is the first person to register. So that is what the IPR about. Okay, now my question is, he is belong to Australia. See, he assume he is registered only in Australia. He get fundamental right only in Australia. That means if you go and see how it works in Australia, if you come back and make this product in India, you can allow to sell, nothing wrong. You can even make it sell in Pakistan, everywhere, because he has registered only in Australia. Now, but if you go with the same idea in the form of document registered in Chennai Patent Office, they will say no. They say this idea has been already registered in Australia. So the idea must be new to this world. That is what you should understand. Then another question, how he protects any Indian to use this idea, any Indian to make this stamp and sell it to the market. So what he has to do, he has to separately file in countries. he has filed also in India, Pakistan. Do you know how many countries he has filed? Wherever cricket is played, he has filed around 102 countries here. Okay, so he has filed almost every country where cricket has been played. So anybody want to use this stamp in matches, they have to only purchase from him. He has got the fundamental rights. Nobody should not make this. So he has registered all over country. So if somebody want to buy this stamp, they have to spend at least 50 lakhs per ground. What he says is, if you purchase for Bangalore any ground or Chennai Chepauk ground like that, they should not use this stamp in any other ground. So like KFC, if KFC you get license for one place in Bangalore, you cannot start in Mysore, something like that. So that is what the IPR. Okay, IPR will give you monopoly. Assume that it is his idea from this Weckerman from Australia. Don't think that I have completed my commerce from St. Joseph. I am an intelligent guy. I'm going to start this. I'm going to take a huge profit like that. No, you should know the word of now infringement. As in, you should not infringe another's ideas while starting a business. That is what the point I want to insist in this participants. So when you start a business, when you start a new product or something like that, check clearly that you should not infringe in others' idea. How to check that question comes, okay? Right, you should not definitely check in Google. Then you have to search in individual databases of patent websites. Okay. Now, any questions from audience? I leave to that. Any questions now at this point of time? Participants now ask any questions now. Any questions from participants? Any questions?
I think there are no questions, I guess, sir.
Any questions in the chat box?
No, sir, not right now. I think they'll be posting the questions at the end of the session, sir.
Okay.
Participants, kindly post your questions in the chat. We'll be asking the questions to the resource person at the end of the session. Thank you.
Okay. Now the question comes: what are the rights we can get? Can I get rights for everything? Then there is an act, law, and other things are there. There is a term called Patent Act in 1970. They followed it, and it has been based on the International Act and so on. Okay, right. We followed basically British Act, and then we modified something like that. Okay, some interesting what cannot be patented like that. If you are computer science background, BC, BSc computer science, only soft computing cannot be patented. You have a website, can I patent? I don't know. It can be taken copyright. Sir, I have an idea in programming code. I'm very good in code. Can I do patent like that? No, you cannot take patent, but you can take copyright. I want, if you're still insisting on getting patent, you have to integrate that with hardware. Okay? An MCA guy or something like that, if you are very good in developing a software code, if you're able to integrate with the hardware, then you can get patent. A typical example like this, in WhatsApp, initially they don't have that WhatsApp phone call. Okay, in India, if you want to get patent, you have to integrate with hardware. So they've added the phone symbol and they've integrated with the phone. Okay, so that phone WhatsApp call can be also taken. In US, without that also they can get patent. Okay. Typically, I think Dhoni is known for one shot, helicopter shot. Assume it is the idea of Dhoni. Whether it can be patented, something can it get any rights for that? If you get any rights means anybody hitting helicopter shot, they have to pay some royalty to Dhoni. That is what the rights is. But they won't give rights for hitting the ball. It's a method of hitting the ball. Okay, so nobody will not give rights for that. Where people will get rights, intellectual property rights? Intellectual property rights is given for the product or process, especially patents. Patents is given for product or process. In this picture, you can see that the patent can be given for stem, or a shoe, or a pad, or a dress, or the gloves, bat, helmet. All are patented. You are not aware, all are patented. But for hitting the ball, it is only method of hitting the ball, they won't give patent. Okay. Vishwanath Anand once came and asked me, sir, I want to do patent for my ideas where I move the coins. I move the coin like this for first time in this world. It's a new idea like that. Then he said, we know you may be intellectual person, but you cannot get patent. Why? Because it is all method of moving coins. You will not, people, government will not restrict it. Anybody have that idea? They can move like that. But product, if you come with a new product or process, then it is patentable. That is also you should understand basically. There are a lot of products, especially in sports. If you see watch matches, especially football, if the ball goes to inside the goal post, there is an alarm in the umpire's watch. It will indicate immediately. They can declare goal. Okay, once in the final World Cup, the players hit the ball inside the goal post, but the umpire didn't see, didn't give a goal. They lost the World Cup. So they came with an idea how it is possible like that. Similarly, in tennis, you have a two review system where you can check whether the ball touches or like. These are all crows. They installed it in the every ground, and which is a very good patented. Why? Because people are ready to pay to see IPL matches or these even 5,000, 10,000 rupees cost also. So these are all very good ideas people can take. So whenever you see matches where people are more entertained, at that place you think any product you can introduce so that you can get applied patent, it is very useful, especially in consumer durables as well as the games like this, international football, tennis, cricket like that. If you have come with new ideas, you will become millionaire very easily because nobody should not use that idea. Okay. What is basically IPR? The different components of IPR is like that. Patents, industrial design, trademark, trade secret, GI, geographical indications like that. Okay, how it relevant to you? I'm going to explain as a student what you can do, as a teacher, what are the things you can register. All right, let us assume if you're a teacher, if you are written a book, you can take copyright. I'm not here indicated, we will discuss copyright separately. Right, but let us say one thing, you make laddu in home, a simple example, that can be registered as a patent because the process in making is laddu is made new. The neighboring people can also register for patent for laddu. Okay, but Tirupati laddu, they have not registered patent. It comes under trade secret. They don't want to believe how to make that laddu. Okay, then here patents are given Dunlop tire. Dunlop tire is having patent. Similarly, Good year is also having, MRF is also having. All our car manufacturing tires, the tires can be fitted in any car. These tires are very useful. I think everybody knows about that. But every company is having patent. How? The processing method is uniqueness is there in every product, so they get the patent. Okay, so that process technique you should not copy when you are starting a factory, because that fundamental right they are registered. Right. Then shape, if you want to protect the shape of the component or the product, also possible. As soon as you see the shape of the bottle, you know it belongs to Coca-Cola. You are registering that in your people's mind. That is what intellectual property. Okay, from the just seeing the shape of the bottle itself, they will tell you it belongs to which company, like that. Okay, because it is registered in the mind. There is no dimensions, it's a shape. Then it comes under the category of industrial design. Then another one, trademark. The name of the company can be registered in patent office. That comes under trademark. The logo also. I'll give a simple example like that. Assume your college is St. Joseph College of Commerce, and you have not registered your college name in the trademark as a trademark in patent office. What will happen? Anybody can start a college in front of you also. They can name your same name of your college, and they can misuse your name also. So it is better to register your college name as a trademark. Similarly, if assume that you started a company, you have earned a very good name, fame, money, everything. If somebody misuse that name by starting another company on their own, you will lose many things. A typical example, you cannot start a company now called google.com or flipkart.com, something like that. Why? Because already these names are registered. So if you coin a new word and if you register that for your company, nobody should not use in this world. That comes under the category called trademark. Okay, typically, then trade secrets. Coca-Cola recipe is having trade secrets. Like Tirupati Laddu also got some trade secrets. They need not disclose it in the patent office. They can keep it themselves. Okay, but it has got a lot of value for intellectual property. People, if you say Tirupati Laddu, people like it because of the taste and something like that. Okay. Then another one, geographical indications. The name of the place will come with the product. Tea. Okay. Any tea manufactured in Darjeeling can pack it and sell it as Darjeeling tea because they are registered under a society, and the society is registered in patent office as a Darjeeling tea. Okay, there are like Kanjipuram saris, Mysore sandal soap, like that. They have also registered as a right. Any person in another place, let us assume from Bangalore, people are making soap, and they should not name as Mysore soap, sandal soap, like that. It has got some uniqueness of because of the place or originality or water or climatic condition only, the taste or smell it is coming. So those people only are allowed to register. Then nobody should not use or misuse the name. Assume you are from Mysore, you are having a factory, you are making a soap, you can register as a Mysore soap. But let us assume that in Bangalore, some of your friends making also soap and selling the same name as Mysore soap, then you can sue them. By that, you are protected. How to protect? You have to register in the patent office. So you can register for patent, you can register for shape or design, you can register name of the company for trademark. If there is no trade secret, no need to register, then you can also register for GA. Individually cannot register for GA, group or society can register. Okay, this is broad classifications of the IPR. And IPR is is run by central government and by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. All are under the Act. Okay, everything is under the Act. You have to go through this Act. Legal documents, all are legal documents, but the component or products are technical components. Okay, so techno-legal. This field is techno-legal. You should have understand some technology. You should know aware about some technology, the interest or passion towards technology, and you should have some kind of some legal. By practice, you will get it. No, nothing big in that. Okay, if you have an idea, you can register only in Chennai Patent Office because you are residents in South India, something like that. So they have given only 4 offices in India. You have to register in Chennai, something like that. Okay, if you have a patent, 20 years period of time, you can get patent for your product or process or machine or composition of matter, something like that, and it is granted by Government of India. If you say your product is patented, nobody should not copy in the interval. Nobody should not do reverse engineering like that. If you are a commerce student from your college and if you start a factory which is already patented in India, you will get into problem. So before you start any business, either you are continuing your father business, check that you are infringing, not infringing others' ideas. This is very important. Initially, you should know before you invest huge money on any business. Okay. Patent is granted by Government of India for any invention or innovation, and I think we already discussed this. What use of that? If you are a holder, patent holder, you can make, you can use, you can sell, you can import, you can distribute or license. A lot of things. Only the owners, the idea owners can use this. Okay. Typically, I'm giving an example for that. Different components of IPR. In US, this is a simple tea shop. They own 500 patents. In India, no tea shop is having patent. That is the difference between the developing country and developed country. Here you can see the Starbucks coffee. They have registered as a trade name. So in India, nobody should not start with a company name called Starbucks coffee if they're in the same business. They have also registered this logo as a trademark. Nobody should not use. Okay. Then this is a product. Okay, they got patent. Okay, what is the uniqueness in this product is they got a sleeve, hot resistant sleeve. Okay, they can pour hot coffee, but if you hold it, nothing will happen. It protects from you hot. Okay, a special type of fiber they use, and they got also the shape of this cup. Nobody should not use. Okay, what is the basic difference they've done is they put the hole at this end, not at the center. A simple logic they made, and they got also designed. So in a product, there is a patent, there is a design, something like that. In a company, this inside there are the powders, the coffee powders of different composition, taste, and something. All are secret. You cannot go and see how they make this powder. They won't send any outsiders inside to check what is the composition of this. All these are trade secrets. Okay, in a simple tea shop itself, we can see a lot of IPR is there. Okay. There are a lot of IPR. Let's say I want to do make simple patent. Give me some idea. Like that. These are all simple idea. Okay, one person invented pencil, another person invented eraser. One person joined together got patent. Okay, if you want, you can join pen also. Different colors pens, all are patented. There are 1,200 patent on pen itself. So then, if you want, let us assume you start a business of pen. You check that your pen is not infringing others 1,200 pen, which must be unique, something like that. Okay, sir, I want to do in the technical field some fan like that. There are some fan. Okay, fan with now voice recognition fan has come, more industry companies like that. Now automatic cleaning of fan. We have heard about the room spray, something like that. Now fan spray. Okay, you can fit it in the fan so that it can go in the entire room, something like that. These are some of the examples. Michael Jackson is also having a patent. He has become rich because of this patent. How? He had a patent on his shoe. Okay, in that shoe, by he was using that shoe, he can tilt his body for 45 degrees. Without the shoe, if he still, he will fall down. So he had a hole in the shoe, and there is a rod will come out while dancing, and he'll place it exactly in the slot, and he will bend for 45 degrees. So they thought he is very god like that, dancing god like that. But others also started seeing this, how he is doing. After 6 months, around 20 different dancers in the US started using this idea, but they don't know that he has patented this. Now, then afterwards, he called all the dancers and told he is patented, you have copied the idea. Whatever the money you earned through the dance, then he asked to get back by. So everybody paid 1.5% what they earned. Otherwise, he'll sue, put him in jail. So Michael Jackson became rich because of his patent. Okay. These are all the patents from the women. There are a lot of concessions given for women applications. If you, let us assume, if you apply for a patent, normally take 2 years to grant. And if one of the inventor is or one of the applicant is patent woman, within 6 months you'll get application granted. So there are some advantages for women. It is like Tackle scheme for women. Women's application will be processed very fast in the patent office. That is one advantage. So if you want, if you have an idea, if you are only a gents, if you want to get good result from patent office, add one woman in that. So you'll get also right. These are some of the inventions from women, and these all come from basically the need or from the expectation from others. Okay, then we have discussed about trademark also, a typical like Amazon.com. Right. Even if you watch James Bond movie, there will be some sound before starting the movie when James Bond was introduced. That is also can be registered as a trademark and so on. Okay, you can see in company name some symbol TM or like that. That indicates trademark is applied or indicates that it gets granted, something like that. There are misuse of trademarks. Then you can sue and like that. Okay, there are Panasonic. People have started with Panasonic like that. Adidas, people use Adidas like that. This normally happened in Delhi, in Karolbagh area. Whatever the new product has come, immediately they'll come with duplicate product. And looks like similar product, but they change some names, synonyms, or some phonetic small changes they do. But when you see from outside, you may think it is a Panasonic and you buy like that. So a typical like this also. When you go to a mall or when you go to a shop for purchasing, when from the bench you immediately take Sabina. You don't know, maybe they were allotted only Subina there. They were installed only Subina. They kept it in the market for. Or from the self immediately you take a Subina. You thought it may be a Sabina because of the spelling and other things. So these are all not allowed in Act per Act. Nobody should not start a company like this because already Sabina has been registered. So same phonetics should not be allowed as per the Act. So you can stop it if you already register like that. Okay. Design is for shape. Okay, right. I told you, even if you draw a Mona Lisa, you can take only copyright. Okay, right. So design means product. Let us say these are the registered, pakka registered product. Water bottle, many people are using manufactured water bottle, but all bottles are unique. Must be unique in shape. Somewhere difference must be there. Then only allowed in the market. By seeing the shape of the bottle, you can guess which company like that. That is what the intellectual property about. Okay, this is a simple bookshelf, but they come with a new design, shape, something like that. Okay, whatever the product you see in your eyes in your home, even nails have been went to the patent office for documentation as a design or patent. Okay, typical like this. These are all registered in patent office. Okay, so all product. So when you start a business, you register the product in the patent office, shape as well as a product as well as patent. I mean that means patent, trademark, and so on. Don't not start the company without registering it in patent office. Right. Typical example of shape. We know already biscuits. People children like it. Okay, and then you have a biscuit with smiley face. You keep in front of kids. Definitely, kids will take only the smiley face to biscuit. Assume this is your idea in the biscuit, and if you register that idea, nobody else in India should not use smiley face in the biscuits. So automatically your business grows like that. So it's a simple idea. You can have to protect. How to protect? Nobody should not use that. Is you have to register properly in Indian Patent Office. The Indian Patent Office in Chennai for me. Okay, there are some. Then typically there are some cases went on for design. You can see this is what the Amla and another company copied a similar shape like that, and they were told it is infringement and they stopped. Okay, design means there should be some uniqueness, difference must be there. There are a lot of fight was went in court about the shape of the icons in smartphone, especially in Apple and Samsung like that. Then in the court they argued, no, we have a cut at the edges, okay, beveled at the edges and so on. This is a rectangle, square, we are having the edges like that. Okay. Then they went on court to say they are looking similar, my mic, everything, speaker, everything looks, they know this, what they put it on left hand side, you put it on right hand side like that. Then they said our start button is in circular form, this is in rectangle form. There are small changes and you can get it. Okay. Now you can see the bottle's name, Distillery, all are there. But only one product is correct, others are duplicate in the market. But people will sell these to identify, and you can, if let us assume you are the original, people are making like this, you can go to court and stop it. That is very simple. You have to register that ideas in the name, in the trademark, in the patent office. Then another one for a teacher, you can take copyright for your book. If you written a book, you can take copyright. Even if for your timetable also, you can take copyright. If you have in your college website also, you can take copyright. Why you are not taking timetable copyright? You can take copyright for your question paper also. Why you are not taking? Because after the exam, it will become waste paper. Okay, you can take copyright in two forms: by hard copy, by book like that. Okay, hard copy, take a printout and you can register as a copyright. Nobody should not take photocopies of that without knowledge. A teacher can take one copy and explain in the student. That is the comes under fair use. But if the same teacher says for 50 copies and give to every student, he'll be in trouble. So there are some fair use rule like that. Okay. You can register copyright by sending the hard copy to the copyright office, or you can send a CD. You can copy everything in a CD and send it to the copyright office. Typically, Ilayaraja or A. Rahman, what they do, they compose a song, they recorded everything, and the CD is copied in a CD. They'll send a CD to copyright office. That means nobody, you should not use this without their knowledge. If somebody want to use the song for putting in FM radio, they have to pay some royalty. So every month, Ilayaraja is getting 1 crore, A. Rahman is getting 2 crore, basically of copyrights. Now, what happens now? Cricket match is going to show in Sony Live or Smart Sport. Other TV cannot show live. They can show 2 minutes of recorded version in the news by putting courtesy. That is allowed, that is fair use, but they should not show live. Live matches should not be shown because they would have taken rights. You can also sing a song and take copyright, nothing wrong. What you have to do, record a song in your computer, copy it, everything in a CD and send it to the copyright office. What is that meaning of that? Nobody should not sing song like that. That is what your rights. But normally you won't take copyright for your song. Why? Because why Ilayaraja is taking copyright? Because people are ready to hear his songs. Okay, why you are not taking? Because I don't know whether how many people are ready to hear your songs. So when you have to decide when to take copyright, there are many issues when in movies about copyright issues. Okay. Then I talked about GI. I think you heard about Tirupati Laddu. Tirupati name is attached to the product. Kanjipuram silk is attached to the product. Darjeeling tea like that. I hope in your places also many things are there. In Karnataka, Mysore sandal soap, Mysore jasmine, Coorg orange like that. Mysore sandal oil, Mysore silk, very famous. These are all registered names. Assume that you start a company in Bangalore, you are making a silk saree, then you cannot sell it as Mysore silk. That is what this name. Okay, indigenous, they got permission, something like that. Okay. Now in India, a lot of G has been registered. In your Karnataka, you can see many things like that. Mysore rosewood, Mysore silk is there also there. Mysore Malligi, Mysore traditional paintings, so painting Udupi, Maligai, like that. Okay, many things are there. These are all registered under GA office also in Chennai. So there is a society, they have registered this. So those are making similar product in that area, they can use them if they register in the society. Okay. Now I'm going to give a simple example to understand basically what are different components in the product. Now you can see that there is a product. This is a cooker. This cooker belongs to Premier, something like that. Now, what are the IPR here? So there is since it's a product, they can take patent. How many patent? They can take multiple patents. Lower part one patent, top part one patent, whistle making is one patent, handle one patent, many patents. In a car, there may be 100 patents on. Okay, if you want to get patent, instead of whistling sound from this, if you put any Ilayaraja or A.R. Rahman sound, you will get patent. Initially in smartphone is also like that. They get only simple ringtone, then they add a minute ringtone, then automatically patent. Okay. Now the shape of the product can be registered as a design. Hawkins cooker looks different and this cooker looks different. Okay, nobody should not make cooker in this shape. Then the name of the company and logo can be registered as a trademark. Okay, then you can take copyright also for this product. How? By writing a manual how to use this cooker, how to put the taste cut in this cooker, you can also do it like that. So there are a lot of components are there in a single product. Okay, patent, design, as well as trademark, copyright, everything. So when you see a product in your eyes, in your house or in your office, as soon as you see, you should know what is the patent, what is the trademark of the product, what is the design shape of the product, what is the copyright of the product. If you're able to get an idea as soon as you see any product, okay, then you will understand better the idea. If you make improvement in this product, let us say already cooker is there, you are getting a whistling sound. But if you make any song from A.R. Rahman music, instead of the whistling sound, you can also get patent. If you make some improvement in that, you can also get patent. Okay, right. Then this is all shape or discussing. Okay, there are certain things which cannot be patentable also, that also you should have that. If you are in mathematics department, only equations you cannot get patent. You have to convert that into soft computing. Then soft computing, you have to convert it into hardware, integrated hardware. Then only business methods cannot be patented. Discoveries cannot be patented. These are some of the things. Computer program cannot be patented like that. Okay. And when IPR became famous, okay, IPR became famous in 2008. In 2006, what happens? There is a two companies, okay, iPhone and especially smartphone, Samsung and iPhone. And when they develop, they take 2 years to develop the product. In 2008, when they released the product, they found most of the ideas are similar in nature. Then they went to the court. Then they asked who filed patent first and so on. Those who copied, they taken as a fine and they paid a huge amount. Okay, so this was happening. Then only IPR became famous. Yeah, after 2008, only IPR became famous because of these two companies, iPhone and Samsung. Okay, then what you have to do? You have an idea. You have to put a document in that. It is a techno-legal document. First time you should not write. Assume that you are purchasing a land in Bangalore. You may be preparing a document. You have to go to an IPR lawyer, document writer. You will not write. Even you have got a PhD, you will not write document for registering a house or a flat in a sub-register office. Similarly, patent document, you should not make it right. First, you have to approach a professional, a patent agent or a IPR lawyer or an analyst like that. We have an exclusive center for writing, drafting these patents. Okay, once you submit an application, they will ask for examination. In the examination, they'll ask only 3 questions. Basically, what is novelty in that area, what is the inventive step in that area, and what is the application of that. If you're able to tell the correct answers, then automatically they will grant patent. Okay, and there are some forms to be filled, and you have to fill in IPR office. Okay, there are something to be written in the forms. Now, there's a cost also involved when you're registering idea in the patent office. Even when you're registering a document for flat in your sub-register office, you have to pay some amount. Similarly, you have to pay some amount in the patent office. This will be taken care of by your college. You need not worry. College need IPR. College need IPR in their name because they want to get ranking. Okay, this is what we have seen today. But we have come to the major part. Why IPR is necessary for higher education? Assume that you are in the market in education. Your college have not filed any IPR. Definitely, it is very difficult to get ranking. Okay, why ranking is important? Students will select your college based on ranking only, and 30% of the ranking is based on innovation. Okay, innovation is basically what you have to register intellectual property rights in your college name. The students' ideas has to be registered properly and get granted. When students have an idea, then you have to check whether it is innovative or not. Okay, where these innovative ideas should come? Where actually they can explore this idea in the project work. When students do project work, you have to ensure that it is lead to product. Then only they can start startup company, all other things and so on. So when the student do a project work, ensure that they are infringing others' ideas. When students doing a project, you have to ask basically fundamentally 3 questions. What is novelty in that? What is the inventive step in that? What is the application of that? If they answer 3 questions, automatically you can go for the next level of registering the IPR. Okay. Then this university is nowadays, or institutions are now integrated with the government funding or anything like that. What you need a good industry institute interaction and initiation of smart or what you call startups. Okay, if the industry, if your institution is not comes with any startup within another 5 years, and if you're not show the path, a good path to the students of next generation, what is startup, what are the basic requirements startup? For a startup, IPR is must. Okay, for a startup company, innovative product is must. If that means they have to register that innovative product in the IPR office at Chennai, then only they can register as considered as a startup company. For that, basic requirement is a product. Okay, right. The copyright issues, you can take soft copy, only IT based, they can take soft copy or a copyright, but it will be easily manipulated. Whereas a patent will give you long standing for 20 years in the market. I'll tell you what is a startup company like that. Assume that regular fan is there. One of your students come with an idea of voice recognition fan. If they register that idea in patent office, and if they started doing the startup company, sharing in the market, opening in the market, they became earn money. 20 years, nobody should not think about the idea. Only your college startup company can use that idea. That is the what startup company means. So any innovative idea, if it's properly registered, documented, only they can use that idea, others should not use that idea. For a minimum requirement of startup company is the basically IPR. Okay. Oh, what happened? Why education institutions are important like that? Okay, many of the big companies are originated from the college or university. Okay, it will come from students' young mind. Okay, now we have a COVID shield which has come from Oxford universities. Okay, now it will rule the world. COVID shield will protect the world, your life. Okay, it basically it comes from the university. Okay, then they have the right to sell it at what price, at other things and so on, because they have fundamental rights. They can decide to whom to give licensing and so on. That's also their fundamental rights because they have the IPR. Even Prime Minister of India have to got requested. Please give with lower cost. Please give. Please don't take patent rights. Please give it free license to us like that. But it is up to the Oxford University to decide because they have invested huge amount.
Hello, sir. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir, I think we are running short of time, sir.
Okay.
We will
Can you go to the question?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Okay, dear participants, you can post your questions in the chat box. We have received few questions, so I'll read those questions to the resource person.
Yes.
So the first question is from Miss Mary Ann, and she's asking, can processes be copyrighted? Example, therapeutic interventions.
If there is an efficacy is there, you can. If it's a product, lead to product, you can file patent. Copyright is writing only how to do that work. Okay, there's nothing much use. Nobody will not use that idea. If you have only therapeutic will not happen, but you have to integrate with the hardware and show. Extract the only therapeutic will not be possible.
Thank you, sir. The next question is from Mr. Prashant Kumar. I think he's requesting you to comment on this. So the recent issue of using the acronym KSRTC between Karnataka and Kerala governments for transport sector.
Okay, can I answer that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I think you have a state transport bus, Karnataka State Transport, something like that. Is it correct? It will spell with the KA, something like that. Same way, Kerala also are having the same name. Okay. But when they write in full form, it will start with Kerala. But they use the logo as KA, something like that. I hope everybody can understand from your point. Okay, now what happened recently, both of them went to the court. But what happened, one state registered this one in the patent office in Chennai after going to court only. That too recently. Since they told one Karnataka has went to the patent office and filed a trademark, and this short term should not be used by the Kerala. So that is the importance of that. Because when two buses are standing in the main bus stop in Bangalore, people may have confused whether this belongs to Karnataka bus or Kerala bus like that, and sometimes they may get into the wrong bus like that also. So that similar phonetics name should not be used. Actually, they won the case because they have registered that name in the as a trademark. Okay. Hello. Noise. How long, there's a question from how long it will take to file a patent. It's up to you. Okay, you can make it right. Normally, it depends on the product, how much time you work, what is the R&D, how much project you are spending like that. Okay, if you are in from college, at least it will take minimum 6 months from idea conversion to filing a patent, minimum 6 months. Maybe in the project work, they'll slowly, first of all, collect the literature survey. Then they'll see what are exactly available in this world. Then they will add that idea. Then they will test it. And if it is working, they have to write a document, and it will take minimum 6 months. And it's mainly for the first time. Then you can do it for the 4 months, 3 months. So it depends upon the idea and other things and so on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
Then another person asked how to register YouTube content. You can
Yes,
register only copyright. You can register only copyright. Copyright is possible. Then another person asked whether patent is filed only for idea or model. You should have at least a prototype. Only idea you cannot file patent. Okay. My idea is to bend the sky. I cannot file a patent. After taking fees, they will say no. They will not show intelligently like that. Okay. Then you should have prototype. If you have prototype, then only you can describe it clearly. The best way to describe how to make the prototype. Okay, so don't think that idea. I hope you have many million idea that you can write in a paper and take copyright. For movies, they may use it.
So that's another question, sir. Can traditional Ayurvedic medicine practiced by locals be patented?
No, it is not possible. Traditional knowledge, it comes under traditional knowledge is also not possible. Whatever the forefathers' ideas, but if they come with some kind of a different product, let us say Ayurvedic medicine, you come with a different type like a spray. Okay, then you have to tell efficacy. By using traditional medicine, it will take healing for longer time. By way of using in the form of spray, it will pain kill quickly. If you show some efficacy, there is a chance, but the composition is not possible. Okay, because the composition is well known. Okay, let us assume what is making sambar. It's well known composition. Okay, somebody will add less salt, more salt, and somebody like that. But the compositions are more or less have same more recipe like that. You cannot say my sambar is good because of like that. Okay, so all traditional. Traditional knowledge cannot be easily patented. A lot of questions will come. So well known.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes. Sir, I think with this we have come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for this enriching session, sir. And the presentation was very comprehensive, especially the examples that you gave made us understand the concepts very better. So thank you very much.
Okay.
And before we move on to the next session, I request the participants to fill in the feedback form so that you will be getting the certificates at the earliest. Thank you very much. Over to Miss Mary Ann.
Thank you. And on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank you as well, sir. I too found it a very interesting topic, and I think you made it very comprehensive and easy to understand. And as Mr. Jeffin said, the practical examples and suggestions were extremely helpful. So thank you so much, sir. We'll move on to the next session, our third session for today. Our speaker for this session is Dr. Smita Eka-Duin. She is a licensed Master of Social Work in the state of New York and has earned a PhD in Social Work from Fordham University, New York. She was also an adjunct professor at this university in the Graduate School of Social Service and taught courses including social welfare policy and services, social policy analysis, advocacy and practice, and social justice. Presently, she is an assistant professor at New York City College of Technology, Department of Human Services, and teaches research methodology, resource development in human service organization, and a course in fieldwork internship. She also has vast experience in research, community lectures, and trainings. Today, Dr. Smita will be addressing us on the topic ensuring student-centric quality digital infrastructure in higher education institutions. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for the generous introduction. I'm really honored to be here with all of you. I want to, thank Dr. Kanishka and Dr. Paul Newman to, recognize me and invite me to share my experiences here as I teach and do research here in New York. I have been, studying a lot in India. I did my master's in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. I also studied at National Law School at Bangalore. I probably went past St. Joseph's campus multiple times, but never visited the campus. So I'm really happy to be with all of you and all of the faculty members. And I believe there might be some students as well. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. My presentation is largely coming out of my experience teaching here in the US, teaching in the online programs and teaching digital material. I started teaching in online programs a while ago. I think it was in 2013. So I have been teaching online graduate master's degree in social work, many courses in online format. And I'd like to share some of my experiences. But my topic that I've been given for today, I'm going to put up my PowerPoint. I'd like to share it so you can all see it. It's just a very brief PowerPoint presentation. I'd like to use it only for the purposes of keeping my talk focused. Otherwise, I will tend to, digress from the topic. So can I be allowed to share? I'm logged in from 2 computers. So if you could allow Dr. Smita Eka Diwan also to share so I can share my PowerPoint from there. I'm getting the message that host has disabled participant screen sharing.
Just a second, ma'am.
Okay, no problem.
If Mr. Charles is here, could he please give ma'am the ability to share the screen?
Ma'am, she can share the screen. She's a co-host.
No, sir. Can you also enable Smita Eka Diwan as well as Smita Diwan?
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
There are 2 things. Where is the chip?
Marian, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Name of the resource person?
Smita Eka Diwan, sir. Shall I message it to you?
Yeah, sure.
It's Dr. ma'am, sorry.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, it's done, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. I think it's allowing me. I'm going to go ahead and share. Just let me know.
Yes, we can see it, ma'am.
Okay. So my focus today is really going to be very heavy based on my experience. Also a little bit of background to orient the participants here about, digital education and online education, just to give a little backdrop, only because it's very rich in its history. It is, online education is not new. before the COVID pandemic, I had already been teaching online for more than 6 years already. So for me, it was an easy transition, and so was it for my university, because it already had some level of infrastructure in place to implement this large scale, sudden online modules. But the fact that it was already equipped with this infrastructure comes from this history, right? So I just want to spend just a little bit time so you understand where I'm coming from with some of the points I make in my presentation. Okay, so the digital online infrastructure evolution has always been student-centric, and that's what I want to focus on today. But the aspect of the student that the digital infrastructure was focused on was just access. So initially, online education was merely something that provided an opportunity to meet the educational needs of students who did not have access to education because of a whole bunch of reasons. It could have been physical disability, geographic and cultural differences or challenges, family or employment obligations, as well as personal, cognitive, and psychological disposition. So you have all of these characteristics within the student body that did not allow them to get a quality education by the traditional mode, right? Of going on campus with your book bag, attending lectures and classes and getting that degree. So online education really was initially, when it started off, the focus was access to education. So as long as people could go and get a degree in a very unique way without going to the campus, that's it. That was the digital infrastructure, that was the online model that the education looked out for, to capture this group of students that would not have come to the university because of whatever reasons. Now, we've moved away from that. We've moved away from that model of just making sure we get all of these unique students, and it has evolved into something very complex and quite mature, right? So there are 5 waves. In terms of a timeline, chronologically, it's important for us to see how the development of online education technology really evolved. And again, this is very specific to the US, okay? But I want to give you an idea of how it grew over a period of time. And it's very interesting to see this evolution, because each stage comes with its own ideology and philosophy, which is very interesting, right? So the first wave, of course, were online courses that were textbook based, and it was very, it was the asynchronous learning. And by asynchronous learning, what it means is that there are no direct interaction between the student and the teacher. The educational model or the frame, the course is set up. There is no live teaching happening. The students are all learning and completing the tasks for that particular course or for that particular class at their own pace. The students are not interacting with other students. The students are not interacting with their instructor. So everything is set up, and you go in and you complete your education requirements as laid out by that course, okay? The second wave, it's in the early 2000s. What's happening here is the asynchronous model seemed very disconnected, and students were not really happy, not getting that feeling of learning by seeing your professor, by talking with your peers, engaging in a dialogue. So what's recognized in the second phase is a blended learning, right? So they couldn't, you can't just say, okay, asynchronous is not working for us, let's get rid of it. No. In order to make it work, they developed something called a blended learning model, where you would have asynchronous and you would have some synchronous sessions. And by that, you would have live classes, or you would have some kind of face-to-face interaction with your instructor. So that's the blended kind of model. And that's where I started to teach. So when I came into the online teaching at Fordham University, I remember the first course I taught was social justice and human rights, and we did it asynchronously. And it's a very hard course to teach asynchronously because it's such a passionate topic and such a complex issue-based topic. And asynchronous teaching kind of just took away the life out of it. You know, you really need to see your students' faces to kind of understand what's happening, the emotions and the participation. But again, it's targeted toward a specific group of students who are not able to attend colleges. So therefore, there is this opportunity. So the blended learning model kind of worked for many. And as an instructor, I was able to you know, see my students at least briefly and still continue with the asynchronous work. Okay, so that's phase 2. The third wave, okay, there's something called the MOOC phenomenon, MOOC. And this is a stage where there was rapid growth in technology. There were a lot of companies that came up with this brilliant interface kind of technologies. They came up with simulations. They came up with video interfaces, you know, things like Blackboard and Brightspace, and all of them started to get very savvy. And what we see here is a massive open online courses. Now, these online courses and online programs, entire degrees were purely online, which offered both blended, asynchronous simulations. So you see a sudden infusing of amazing technology that came in with all of the, you know, innovations, and all of the innovation in the software industry, where kind of a lot of investments were made in the education field, and that really benefited the online teaching and modules. So suddenly, as a professor, I had newer tools for having discussion boards. I had newer students had newer tools to create videos and, you know, do a lot of interesting work. So that was a really interesting phase between 2008 and 2013. The next phase is the fourth wave, where you have, again, combination of blended learning and all of these advanced technologies that are put in place both for the faculty and for the students. So it's really thriving and it's really building up. And you want to understand that this is, I'm teaching in a school of social work, right? It's a profession where it's all about human connection. You need to see your clients, you need to understand the social problem, you need to understand what's going on. And the disconnected online model sometimes is not the best thing. But these technologies and all of these different strategies allow the faculty and the school to engage in different learning techniques, right? And we made it work. A lot of schools started giving out degrees and creating online programs using many of these technologies. And around the fourth wave, you start hearing talk about, okay, let's talk a little bit more about access. It's not just students who are non-traditional that are working or that have families, but this has to be the model for every student that's going to school, right? So that's the time we hear a lot about interactive media. You're hearing about open educational resources. I'm sure you all have heard about it, and adaptive learning, especially for professions that have interface with clients and where there's a lot of interaction. Now this fourth wave is doing blended learning, not just for online programs, but it's doing for a traditional classroom too. So around this time, literally between 2014 and 2020, I was teaching online classes and I'm teaching in class, non-online classes, right? And I was using technology for both online classes and in-class teaching in a very similar way. So what it tells us is technology is now being infused, online technologies are being infused even in non-online programs. So that's how much technology has kind of come into the education system in the higher education programs here in the US. And by the fifth wave, of course, this is a projection. So online programming and online technologies are predicted to be almost a central feature of any traditional college degree program. So if you're going to college, you have to expect that you will be doing some kind of online stuff, some kind of online learning, you will be doing digital learning. So that's the fifth wave. And that's where we've kind of pushed into literally by the pandemic also. So these are the kind of 5 waves. And I want us to focus a little bit on how within each wave you see the evolution where you're seeing more and more infusion of technology to make the student learning experience more enriching. So it's not just access for the students, but also how can we make the traditional classroom teaching more enriching by using the technology, right? So consider this. If you go to a classroom where the professor is just coming in and giving a lecture on PowerPoint, and that's it. By the end of the semester, you would have 3 papers to submit, a midterm exam and final exam. That's one class. The other class also, which is a non-online class, the professor has these interactive videos, a lot of media material that the students are going through. They're engaging with each other in online projects. They are having discussion boards outside of class within online forums. So you see how different professors can give 2 different groups of students a very different educational experience, right? A professor that's using online technologies and a professor that's not using online technologies. So in what I want you all to take away from the slide really is how the technology entered into the learning systems for students, whether it was online programming or traditional programming. It has really come into every aspect of learning here, at least in the higher education for many students in the US. Okay, all right. And then moving away from digital access and just plain access and making classroom interesting, what we move towards is digital equity. Now that's a step further than access, because we are not just saying, okay, every student should be able to get an online education. Now the institutions, now the higher education institutions are really focusing on ensuring what kind of systems should be in place in order to make sure that the student that the college wants to have an enriching learning experience should have an infrastructure in place so that all the students get the same kind of enriching learning experience. So for that, these were the 5 main dimensions that most universities work towards, okay? So the first, obviously, hardware, software, and connectivity to internet. That's huge. So your university might have a fantastic online program, but if a student comes in, enrolls into the university, and does not have a good internet connection at home, there is no way that they will be able to benefit from this online program. So colleges and universities actually invest a lot, not just in providing them the software that the schools provide, but also the hardware, literally giving out computers and broadband connectivity on the internet to each student with hotspots. So it's an investment that the colleges make to ensure that the students receive quality education every time there's any kind of digital learning models used. So apart from the hardware, software, and connectivity to the internet, you also want to have systems in place to ensure that the content that's being taught in these courses are not just something that's being put together for an online program just randomly, but it has to be meaningful, it has to be of high quality, it has to be culturally relevant content and in local languages. Now that's interesting because you would think that, okay, in the US, you would want the languages, there's just one language, that's English, right? That there's just, how different are cultures in the US as opposed to India, which, is really, very varied and, rich in history and culture. For the US, it's not so much, but still there is a lot of emphasis. Different groups, different ethnicities, different races have a very strong advocacy about their groups being represented in educational models, the quality of education. So the high quality, who manages it? It's usually the universities that take up the responsibility. Most of the universities in the US are not-for-profit entities, and they hold a big amount of freedom to develop their courses and course content. But as a professional school, for example, social work is a licensed profession in the US. So what happens is each profession that has a license that you need to get in order to be a professional in that field has an accrediting body. Now, this accrediting body ensures that the content is managed and content is monitored. So for social work, for example, we have the Council of Social Work Education, which is CSWE, that lays out very specific learning outcomes that the university should develop for any course, right? So those learning outcomes have to be infused even in the digital equity infrastructure. So what is the quality of the education, how you're going to implement it, how you're going to make sure that the students access it, everything is very strictly regulated, at least for the social work profession that I can speak to, okay? So the other aspect of digital equity is very interesting, that students and faculty should be able to create, share, and exchange digital content. Because if there is no exchanging and interaction between the students, between themselves as peers, between the students, and between the student and the teacher, it really compromises the education quality. So creating, sharing, and exchanging digital content is extremely important and very central to digital education and very central to any infrastructure that's ensuring digital equity. And how do you do that? You would have systems in place, whatever learning LMS systems that you use should have a forum for students to exchange ideas, should have forums for students to exchange ideas anonymously, should have forums for instructor to give feedback to students to counter that feedback. So all of that has to be built into the infrastructure. Any digital program with no feedback loop and no interaction or exchanging happening is not quality education. You want the ideas to flow both ways, right? So that is also very central to digital equity. The fourth idea is that educators need to know how to use these tools, right? That was a big challenge. Many professors, faculty members were very resistant to online teaching. Philosophically, they disagreed with this whole concept of online teaching. Many have come on board with it more recently, but there's always that initial resistance to newer things. And as with all human beings, faculty are not spared from that, right? So we had faculty that were very resistant to it. And if you are in a program, suppose you're a faculty in a program and you're resistant to online technology and online teaching, that affects the students who are receiving the education from you. You know, the quality of the education is compromised. So it's very important that within any digital infrastructure, you have qualified educators who know how to use digital tools and resources and who use it optimally to the best interest of the student and for themselves, because that helps them be better faculty. And I'm sure all of you here who are teaching would love to be able to express yourself academically and scholarly, you know, with all of these tools with your students. So that's another central aspect of digital equity. And the last and final one aspect that I want to highlight is high quality research on the application of digital technologies to enhance learning. So we might have a fancy software or a very interesting forum that some company has introduced, but if we don't have any research on its efficacy, if we don't have any research on if it is actually benefiting the student in learning, that particular tool is redundant. So there is a high emphasis on constant quality, high quality research to see if the methods that you're using are indeed effective or not. So these are, of course, you know, ideologically, you want all of these things to take place within every university, and it almost never happens that we have everything running smoothly. So while these are the 5 dimensions of digital equity, every university struggles with each of these 5 aspects. Every university is striving to make sure that all of these 5 aspects are a part of their digital program, but at least at a conceptual level, we would like to see that a good online or a digital program has these 5 components within their infrastructure to make sure that the education that's given out is equitable to everybody, okay? So when I'm talking about digital equity, it also goes beyond just what the student is learning in the classroom and in that college in that particular time, right? So for example, the master's degree here in the US is 2 years for social work, right? Now, yes, the courses went great, students learned everything, faculty did a great job teaching, but the larger goal of digital education, online education now is not just access, but it's also how does this learning impact the student's life once they are out of the school or out of the university, or even while they're at the university. We don't want to just see students learning, let's say, all of the 30 articles in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That would be great if my students learned that. But we also want to see students to be able to take what they're learning in class and be able to fully participate in their own communities, in any kind of democratic processes, in their economies. Civic and cultural participation is very important. And as always with any professional school, you want to make sure that all of your students are getting gainful employment when they leave or when they graduate, right? We also want to ensure that whatever skills with online learning, with digital aspects that they have learned in school is something that they can carry out later in life as well, as they're being professionals and as they move around in their professional life and in their community. And also digital learning and online learning is absolutely essential in all of our lives. I mean, nowadays we cannot do anything. I mean, almost everything is being digitized, and any kind of digital skills that students have in schools is going to have lifelong benefits. So when we're talking about digital equity and when we're talking about online education, it just does not end with that degree that they get at the end of the program. You would ideally like to see the students being able to fully participate in their civic lives as well, right? So online education now is moving a step ahead and saying, okay, you get your degree, but we also want to make sure that everything that you learn is that you are able to use it once you get out of the educational program as well. Okay, so we spoke about access, we spoke about digital equity. Now we are moving from digital equity to digital justice. So I want you all to pay attention a little bit. I'm sorry I'm talking to you all like you're my students. I know many of your professors here and you're all my colleagues, but I really want to highlight this interesting shift from access to equity to justice. I think it really shows an evolution, a growth in how this whole digital environment is being conceived and how it is being seen in today's world, right? And I think it's an interesting thing to note how the schools are managing digital material, digital techniques, and what's happening in the world with all of the information technology. So I think it's great to see that evolution. And what interests us most here in the US is this link between learning, between education, and the larger societal kind of hierarchies, right? So what we see is that the learning experience of the student should be able to be translated by the student in their communities to better their own social and economic statuses and political status too, right? So it seems like a very grand dream to be able to translate just one online program into this larger thing. We're expecting too much out of students, but that's the kind of projection we make in terms of seeing how are we equipping and how are we building the human capital of students who engage in online learning. So the digital infrastructure really, if it is truly student-centric, the effects of that digital infrastructure will have many, many repercussions even after the student graduates. So especially in the US, there is a very very vibrant, I want to say very vibrant and very rich history and culture of focusing on rights, right? So there's civil rights. I mean, I think in a larger sense, we hear a lot of human rights, but in the US context, it is, you know, very historically it comes from civil rights. So we want, you know, students who come for programs, online programs and online learning to be able to experience that they have equal access to much of the learning systems. So we don't want the oppressive structures of the society to be reflected within an educational system also. And it's very hard to do that. It's not an easy job. It's extremely challenging. It's extremely challenging to try and equalize you know, some of the larger inequalities of the society to, you know, try and fix that within an educational system. It's extremely challenging, but at least the aim is that. So you want digital equity solutions to achieve racial justice. And by that, what are you trying to do? On a simple, as an example, on a simple day-to-day basis, if I have a classroom and I look around my classroom, right? There's gender. I like to see how many men and how many women, but of course this is just a, you know, it's not just dual gender anymore, but of course looking at all sexual minorities as well. But I'm looking around the class and I see that, I see racial, you know, diversity. I see age diversity. I have students ranging from 19 years old to almost 75 years old, sometimes in my class. I have students of different abilities and disabilities. So, you know, that's some that I can see and some that I cannot visually see, right? So I have all of these diverse classrooms. Now, how do I make sure that some of the oppression that they are experiencing outside in their communities is not creeping into my classroom as well, or in the university as well? So the university, in trying to provide this infrastructure, has a lot of systems in place to make sure, again, nobody's perfect, most universities are flawed, everybody's trying hard, there is no magic bullet here, right? But in its, you know, in its effort to make sure that the digital infrastructure is equitable and that it's justice oriented, we have to make sure that we take into account the inequalities that many of our students experience in their communities and in their you know, private lives, and how we can make sure that our educational system and our digital systems don't replicate that and further oppress them, right? So that's the other shift. And you see that a lot in the policy as well. Dr. Kanishka sent me an outline and he said, talk a little bit about policy. So you will see that this vision of equity and digital justice is really reflected in the larger educational policies, right? Universities strive really hard to make sure they do what they can do to correct this. Again, like I said, nobody's doing a perfect job. It's extremely challenging, but there is a very high demand for it. And there is a high sense of accountability that higher educational institutions are obligated to ensure that they make the efforts not to replicate the oppressions that the students experience outside the classroom, inside the classroom itself, okay? So yeah, so we are talking about solutions to achieve racial justice. We are talking about inclusion. We are talking about identifying the different ways in which we, you know, typically exclude students, and to make sure that the digital infrastructure is very inclusive of all of these differences. Okay, all right. Of course, when we talk about policy, one of the major policy efforts that I see is, it's not about the content of the education, or it's not about asynchronous, synchronous or not. It really is about the internet. I'm not familiar how it is in India, but I believe it's a little bit better in India than over here. But there is a movement literally to make sure that internet is made a public commodity just like water and electricity, right? That everybody must have access to it. Because without that, in today's world, you can have so much of differences that can be created and so many different ways in which you have the haves and have-nots just based on the internet. So there's a wide recognition at a policy level for the students, at least in the area of education, that internet access really should be quality, high-speed internet for all students and households, regardless of whether those households have students or no students. So this is something that I'm seeing more recently also that's being highlighted. Okay, so I think the larger question then becomes in terms of accessibility. When you're talking about why is there a need for quality digital infrastructure? We've moved beyond saying, okay, does this infrastructure cater to the needs of those who are disabled, or does this infrastructure cater to the needs that come from low-income families, or does this cater to the needs of people that come from rural areas or non-suburban areas? Are they all able to access materials? I think we've moved beyond that point, really. I think now the question is, regardless of all of that, all of the students should be able to access all of the digital content. If they are not, I mean, it shouldn't be an exception that, oh, okay, we have to model this course to make sure, the right-handed students can write it or the left-handed. It's no longer that. I mean, we have to make sure that all of the courses, I mean, just accessibility. I think even Google Docs or even Microsoft Word is now coming up with this technology to make sure that the fonts are accessible, or PDF versions are accessible versions or not. So there is an absolute drive towards trying to make not just digital infrastructure good and effective, but that it has to be of high quality, right? So we see that a lot, at least in some of the universities here as well. So some of the trends that I'm seeing within my university, so I teach at a university which is the City University of New York, which is a large system of public universities with almost 8 colleges or 10 colleges, many colleges within it. I teach in one of those colleges. Now, what we are trying to, we are still talking, this is not yet in place, but what we see is that many colleges are seeing that that there is a need for talking about digital equity as a part of the enrollment process itself. Before you take the students into your programs and then put them through an online program that might be too challenging for them, we have to make sure that digital equity is a part of the enrollment process itself. So that means that you are testing, you're trying to identify students for their digital proficiency and literacy, and if they're able to navigate and use technology, because digital learning environment is inevitable in most programs, whether they're online programs or on-campus programs. You have digital learning environment regardless of it. So you want your students to come in being somewhat equipped, and if they're not equipped, that you train them or you provide them resources to be equipped with those skills before they start taking classes. And it happens a lot, because in the university, in the college that I teach, it's a community college, so it's a commuter college. That means that we have a lot of students, and it's also identified as a university, as a college that is a minority serving institution. That means we have a huge number of our students who are racial and ethnic minorities, or that they speak English as their second language and not as their first language. So that also classifies my college as a Hispanic serving institution. So when an institution is identified as a minority serving institution or a Hispanic serving institution, what it's really acknowledging is that you have a whole body of students that might not be equipped with certain skills when they come into college. So therefore, we need to have an infrastructure in place that is supportive of student needs, supportive of bilingual students, supportive of first generation students, supporting of students who come from high schools that were not really good. So you don't come up from a good high school, or high school that had enough resources. You are invariably going to struggle in college, and your outcomes in college is going to largely depend on some of that background. So in order for these colleges to ensure digital equity, we have to take into account all of these backgrounds from where the students come, and then create an infrastructure that's supportive and nurturing and encouraging for these students to survive college and also graduate college in a way that is an exceptional learning experience for them. Okay, and also there's a huge drive for offering digital formats even for a regular class, which is a non-online class, which is so infusing open educational resources is a big thing. Most faculty are trained. I had to attend a mandatory workshop to identify and create an open resource, education resource database for the courses I am teaching. I had to create a course which is a zero-cost textbook course, so we don't have our students purchase textbook, and that we identify digital material that will substitute just one textbook or identify textbooks that are free. So there is indeed a lot of drive to make sure that the digital resources are incorporated, not just in an online class, but also in the digital non-online classrooms. So this is some of the trends that I'm seeing. And the second point I missed out is also implementing an assessment testing for digital proficiency and literacy within students. I think it's so important to assess where the students are. I mean, we cannot assume that every youngster or every young person is savvy in using technology. It's not necessarily so. And we cannot even assume that every older student is resistant to technology. I don't think so. I have a lot of students who are in their 60s that are very comfortable using technology. They're on Zoom, they're doing discussion boards, they're putting icons, they are being very creative. And I have many younger students who still struggle very much with technology. So we really need to have some kind of assessment to see where the students are. And many schools are trying to do that in a formal way. So that's a new trend that we're seeing. We can't just assume that, digital infrastructure and online program is very convenient for people. It's the thing to do. We cannot make those assumptions, especially in the learning environment. So I think universities have a responsibility to assess where the students are when they come in, and even once they are in the program. Within my school, City Tech, we have very intensive faculty training and certifications that we have to get before we teach any program online, anything that we do hybrid. Every time that we do any kind of online technology use, we have to be trained. Of course, most colleges have their own rules. And we also stress, because it is a minority serving institution, to equip students with digital learning. There's a lot of funding to purchase and distribute laptops, broadband, internet for students, and webcams, and whatever technology that the students need. The universities are very generous in providing that for free, and the money comes from the state and also the federal government, depending on what's going on. So right now, because of COVID, we received federal money. We also have state money to ensure that students are able to, thrive in a digital setup. So that has been stressed a lot. And also there is a very strong recognition of how digital equity is actually a civil rights issue, and that, that digital divide is as dangerous because we don't want the institutional structural inequalities to be worsened by the lack of resources for the students within the educational system. So we want to make sure that the students come with specific educational advantages when they graduate, that they have, that they are getting gainful employment and earnings, and that they have opportunities, like I said earlier in the presentation, to participate in social and civic involvement, and of course, civil rights issues. Can somebody tell me if I'm on track? I kind of lost track of time, so please warn me, and I'll be ready to stop if I'm going over. I'm okay with time, I suppose. Okay. So some of the challenges, and I think this is my last slide. Like I said, it is really, I mean, the ideas are great. Some of these concepts that we have been discussing that has evolved, like I talked about, trace the evolution. We see some really nice kind of interesting evolution of how just from mere access to digital equity to digital justice, we see that journey and that evolution, which is great. But we still have many challenges with digital literacy, not just for learners, not just for students, that also is with faculty. And it's really challenging to make sure that all of the faculty are comfortable and are trained and are equipped with all the skills needed to deliver an online program. The other major challenge is trying to measure if students have indeed learned what we set them out to learn, right? So the learning outcomes assessment has been very challenging for online programs. I mean, because the traditional assessment models of what we had pre-online era is, it does not necessarily capture all of the components of an online or a digital learning experience. So schools are working to ensure that the learning outcome assessment is indeed matching what the students are going through, and that they are able to demonstrate that. And another big challenge is maintaining academic integrity. That means cheating can be rampant in digital modules. I would be teaching a class online and I have these 25 boxes. And it is interesting, I just want to highlight that we cannot force the student to switch their camera on, right? Because of privacy issues. And that's my next point on the slide as well. How do you ensure students participate versus their right to privacy? We cannot ask them to show their face. We cannot record anything without the students' permissions. So, and it's very rigorously kind of protected, which is absolutely fair, but it is a challenge, right? If I'm in a classroom and I have my 25 students in front of me, I can look at their faces. And as soon as their eyes start glazing, I can tell, oh, they didn't get me. I need to just change something here. Or if they're all falling asleep, I can quickly pick up and do some activity and get them going. But in the online forum, it's very hard. I mean, you just see the boxes, you probably see a nice picture of them, you don't see the students' expressions, and it's very hard. You don't know who's struggling, who's not struggling. So there is a struggle between participation and right to privacy. And I don't know if there are any studies out there that have actually been conducted to see if it has an impact on learning. But for me personally, as a professor, I do experience that challenge tremendously, especially for courses that are not popular, right? So if it is a course that students they don't like so much, you really want to be able to see their faces to engage them in a better way. So that is a problem. The last point I want to talk a little bit about is how there's so much rapid change in emerging pedagogies, especially in online. There's simulations, there are these video things that are coming up. It's hard for me, and I consider myself somewhat okay with technology, but I struggle to keep up with many of that. Students also struggle to keep up with that. We don't know if Zoom is the best way. You know, there are a lot of efficacy studies that still need to be done. Are students really getting it? Are they able to retain the knowledge? How far along after they graduate are they still retaining the knowledge? So these are some of the things that we have not been able to study so far, at least in the most recent couple of years. So I think the rapid changes that information technology is going through and this whole digitization process goes through is a little bit too fast moving to kind of keep up with. So that's another challenge that I feel is, that most faculty, and I'm sure even students experience that, and even colleges are experiencing that. So the response to these problems, I mean, everything needs to move so quick that I don't know if we are being fair to the whole process of slowing down and taking some time to see how things really work. But again, we have to keep up with the time. There are projections that even by 2025, the whole world of digital online learning will completely, radically change. So it will be interesting to see how it goes. So that's the end of my presentation. I would really welcome any questions, any, clarifications. I'm open to that. Miss Marianne, I don't know how much time you have left.
Ma'am. There are 10 more minutes left, ma'am. There are some questions in the chat. I'll just read them out to you. The first one is from Dr. Rekha. She asks, can you specify some ways to sensitize our students to multicultural issues, especially in a blended learning, online learning mode?
Okay, so when you're talking about multicultural issues, my response is mostly going to be, let's say, from my classroom perspective, right? So I would assume that multicultural issues in India would be very different. I can think of some from my master's experience as a student, but as an instructor, if I were to engage my students in multicultural issues, first of all, as an instructor, I have to be able to navigate that discussion or navigate that whole process very carefully, and I really need to be equipped for that, right? So I would really force, sometimes call out on students, and which doesn't make me very popular, but ask uncomfortable questions, ask people to reflect. One thing that I have found very useful, I don't know the name of the person who asked the question, is for students to bring in their personal experiences into class. I feel that when students are able to bring in personal examples, what happened at home, maybe what relatives said at home versus what somebody said to them in the community, how did they feel about it, and bring it to class, I think it amazingly has a great effect on everybody in class to learn and hear that point of view. So in terms of multicultural thinking and multicultural kind of issues, I think it's really important to have uncomfortable and hard conversations, spend some time with students to, tell them that this is a safe space to talk about it. And it's very difficult. It's not easy to do that. You have to be, as a professor, very kind of grounded, and you have to know exactly what you're talking about, right? Without being causing more damage to the whole situation. But personally, I have found that when I invite students to talk about their personal experiences and personal stories, and when I share my own personal experiences, I think that helps the students also. So I think it's very important for me. I have found that I use my multiple identities as an immigrant here in the US, as a minority in India, as a lawyer, as a social worker, as a woman, as whatever aspect of your social identity you can share about yourself and invite your students to share. I think that's a great starting point.
Thank you, ma'am. From Professor Aviracha, there are two questions. I'll ask them at the same time. The success rate of MOOC programs was very low in the past, below 7%. With the present pandemic situation and extensive use of online mode of teaching, will there be a turnaround? And the second question is, what would be the ideal blend of using online and offline platforms as a percentage to have effective learning outcomes?
Okay, so I have to admit, Professor Ravi, that I am not very familiar with the actual statistics of the effectiveness of the MOOC programs. But you are right to identify that with the pandemic situation, every algorithm has been, shifted, right? So it is possible that with the pandemic and the need for this rapid, we've got to put everything together and make things work. Different media, platforms, technologies, simulations. So I think it has scope for being, but again, sometimes I feel it can get too much. Like too much of all of this can really overwhelm our sensibilities, and even for the student, it can overwhelm the students. Again, it depends on what is your discipline. Like for social workers, that we don't have too many of those, so which is a good thing. But I do know that for the pure sciences, for computer engineering, and some of my colleagues, they talk about these, that there's so much that there's technology fatigue that kind of takes place for the students. So I don't think I have adequately answered your question, but I do believe that there is a possibility for it to shift because of the pandemic, to answer your first question. Your second question, what would be the ideal blend? I personally, when I teach the human rights and social justice class, it's a very, it's a tough class. And you have these loudspeakers, as in the dominant students who take over the stage and they dominate the whole discussion and they steer the discussion. But I have found that the blended learning really helps for students who take time to articulate their thoughts. Right? You give them a day, they'll think it through, they'll give you good examples and put it in the discussion board. They might not be able to speak in class, but they do bring out great examples. So that was my biggest learning, at least when I was teaching that class. So in terms of a percentage, I don't want to say 50-50 because that's sitting on the fence. I would like to say about 60 in class and 40 online. I'm a little bit hesitant. I don't know if it's because I'm still old-fashioned, but I still really believe in the human face-to-face. The value to it is not replaceable by technology. So I would go with a 60-40, 60 being face-to-face and 40 being technology. That's my personal, percentage.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one more question, but I guess you've already answered it in a way. If you want to add anything to the question from Mr. John Bosco about the digital efficacy of the learning process with relation to learning outcomes.
Yeah, I mean that, I used to be doing accreditation and learning outcomes systems management. We had this fancy system that had really good indicators, but we felt that it does not capture the learning outcomes well for digital learning outcomes, right? Because we don't know how students are learning from peers. Are they learning anything when they are posting something in the chat? We don't know about that. Like all of these things are new. So learning outcomes, I think there's a long way to go. We really have to come up. I'm sure, I think there's an assessment presentation. I don't know if it's the next one or it's tomorrow, I'm not sure, but I'm really looking forward to attending it to see what you guys are thinking about. How do we conduct assessment for learning outcomes? We are struggling as well. So, very frankly, my department, not my university, my department, which is the human service department, we are really struggling to figure a way out how do we assess learning, especially now because students are doing online internships. Like how on earth are we going to assess the process recordings? I mean, this is for social work professions specifically, so I'm not sure all of you are familiar with it, but these are, what did you do with a client? Now, if they have not met the client, they've done everything virtually, how are we going to capture that learning? So we are still processing it. We are trying to include components that will help do the assessment in a much better way. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a definitive answer for that.
I think we're all trying to figure it out, ma'am.
Yeah.
This is the final question, ma'am. Before that, I just want to remind participants to respond to the feedback form for the third session. The final question is about whether you think digital education is the way forward, and if yes, in the context to people in rural areas in India. This is from Mr. Prashant Kumar.
I think that's a fantastic question, and you know, I don't know. I mean, because you know, at the one hand, I feel yes, it's great in terms of accessibility. I mean, students in rural India can absolutely attend a lecture from a professor that they would never probably be able to, you know, have the resources to go to that school and attend it. So at that level, I feel that it's a great equalizer. It's very democratic, because it provides access like never before. For me to come to this conference itself, for me, I feel so fortunate because, you know, even 2 years ago, if I had to attend a conference in India, it's like planning a mountaineering expedition because, you know, it's too much logistics, but this is so convenient, right? It's not as good as face-to-face, but I'm getting to see you exchange ideas. So at that level, I think it's great for rural students. But as I talked about earlier about equity and about justice, what the research here shows is that benefits of online education is mostly made by the privileged. So that means that, you know, students that are better off economically, students that are better off socially are the ones that actually extend the benefit of the program for a longer period of time after they have graduated. So even in US, we have this problem that students from poorer households and poorer communities, it's a great way for them to attend school and get that degree, but they're not able to translate it and they're not able to convert the benefits of that degree as well as somebody who's already well off, right? So that variable comes in and kind of confounds the whole equation over here. But at a level of access, democratic access, I think it's great. But I don't know, without support, without extensive support to translate the benefits long term, that might be difficult. And I don't know what kind of misuse can happen too, you know, so that there's always that problem about, you know, who's doing the quality control? Are these rural students actually getting good material, right? Are they really getting updated material that they're not being left behind and being given secondhand stuff? So, you know, there's always that issue as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for spending time with us today. I personally found it very interesting, and I'm excited to try some of the things that you've suggested as well. I think it's given me a lot to think about. I invite Mr. Jeffin Lijo from the English department to deliver the vote of thanks and also to take us through the next session. Before that, I'm just reminding participants to answer the feedback form for this session. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really nice listening to you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smita, for sharing your valuable thoughts on this topic, say ensuring student-centric digital infrastructure in higher education. So it was really informative. The examples that you have given, it helped us to understand the idea better. And you have taken us through the timeline, 90s to 2020s, that helped us to understand the evolution, how it came into practice, and you also spoke on the need, challenges, and opportunities, not only on the accessibility but also on the equity and justice that we have to look into at this point of time. And as you have suggested, there are a lot of challenges involved. As a teacher, we also face. Sometimes it's difficult to face these challenges when it comes to the online platform, and also bridge the gap between the digital natives and the digital immigrants, because they are slowly accustomed to these practices. But your presentation was really informative, and definitely I'm very sure the students and the staff members, the participants, this faculty enrichment program would apply it, and they would contribute best in the field of higher education. So on behalf of the management, Father Brian Pereira, SJ, the director, the principal, Dr. Paul Newman, Dr. Kanishka, IQAC coordinator, and all the staff members and participants. So my heartfelt thanks to you for accepting our invitation and also sharing your time with us and sharing your thoughts.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That was a very long thank you, which was not much needed, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to hang around and wait for your next session, just because I'm awake. And yeah.
So we'll move on to the next session. Dear participants, we have amidst us an eminent personality with rich expertise on the accreditation practices. So we are extremely happy to have Dr. Clement King as the resource person for today. So Dr. Clement King is working as a human resource manager, Mount Carmel College. He was also a director, integrated intelligent research in Chennai. And he was also, he also has a rich experience in teaching and research in India and abroad. And he has depth knowledge on various accreditation practices such as Accreditation Board of Engineering and Technology, USA, National Commission for Academic Accreditation and Assessment, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And he's an accomplished professional offering over 21 years of multi-facet experience in education industry across India and abroad. And he secured his doctoral degree in computer science from the University of Madras, India. He secured academic and research exposure in computer science specified with data mining, applications, educational mining, cognitive science, medical image processing, and knowledge engineering. So he is here to address on the topic National Accreditation Assessment. So we'll listen to him and we'll get back to you. Meanwhile, I also would like to inform the participants that the feedback form will be sent in the chat. I request you all to fill out at the earliest, and you can post your questions in the chat. We'll ask the resource person at the end of this session. So over to Dr. Clement King. So I think you will have to unmute the audio. The video is clear, but the audio, I think you'll have to.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes.
Yes. Am I audible, Jeffin?
Yes, sir. Clear, very much. Yes.
Yes. I hope that my screen is audible to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Yes. First of all, I thanks to the St. Joseph's Evening College Autonomous, as well as the St. Joseph's Management, Professor Skaniga, for providing this opportunity to share the impact of outcome-based education on stakeholders. I welcome all the participants to share some of the views from my experience. The entire higher education sector is serving the stakeholders with the social concern. Every stakeholder's expectations differ one with another. Considering the diversity, dynamic process in the higher educations, viewing the national and international expectations from the higher educations, I am going to view some of the observations in line with the outcome-based educations, how it's created an impact with the stakeholders. The entire presentations, I took that outcome-based educations at each and every process, how it creates an impact with the stakeholder. I took an overview of the improvement of the quality. As students, how while we are converting from the students to the graduates, what are the objectives of our learning outcome-based curriculum framework, which is initiated by UGC? While we are design and implement, how we could address, how the impacts could be visualized. You see the current scenario, the higher education sector focused on the quality to enable the participation of the young people in the knowledge productions. Higher education sector is moving to promote the youngsters to become innovative thinkers. The graduates, whoever is coming out, are expected to participate and contribute to the knowledge economy. Today, the national competitiveness in the global world is demanding high from the graduates through contributing their skills for the enhancement of the national economy. It requires the productions and enhanced services, reviewing and improving the quality of the services in all their fields with the acquired skills of the graduates. Therefore, a strong initiative is required institutionalizing an outcome-oriented higher education system which are demanded by all the stakeholders. Now, while we are giving the outcome of our graduates, that's entirely viewed in terms of employability. Therefore, we have to enhance the employability of the graduates through our curriculum reformation. Aligned with this enhancement of the employability, a outcome-based curriculum framework playing the vital role. Every student at the end of the program must know as well as execute or contribute the skills to the production. The industry is demanding the outcome of the students in terms of skills, contributing the graduates' skills to the enhancement and empowerment of the industry. How could we support for the enhancement of the employability via raising or upgrading the academic resources in the learning environment? The educational institutions must provide a full-fledged learning environment to the youngsters to learn and upgrade their skills in the specific domain to meet the industry requirement. Though we provided the learning environment well, how the graduates are going to acquire the knowledge? That is through the quality of our teaching and the research. The quality of teaching, not only in terms of interactions of the students, providing the content, considering the innovative thinking of students, understanding and recontributing in the form of knowledge to the employer or the society. In the current scenario, all the firms and all the domains are adopted the technology. Therefore, our graduates must come up with the technology, use and its integrations for their employment process and in their working environment. In the current scenario, the past 2 years, our traditional learning systems met a lot of challenges due to this COVID pandemic. Therefore, higher education institutions are adopted alternative teaching learning methods, alternative learning modes for the graduates' lifelong learning. In terms of view of the expectations of the stakeholder from the graduates, purely on the skills, how they are converting the acquired informations and the knowledge to contribute or enhance the industry. In view that, we want to view the scenario or the assumption. Most of our higher education institutions proclaim that we are best, we are providing the good education. We shows in our reports and other things, the change of curriculum, the way of teaching and learning, the assessment pedagogy, everything, and proclaim that our graduates are the best among the higher education providers. Now, you can view that the reality of our graduates considered as a product, how the industries are viewing. Every institution proclaimed that our product is good, but at the industry scenario, they are viewing all the graduates at the same level. Now, what is the expectations of the industry? The industry expects the skills which is required in their specific domain and the graduates to contribute the productions of day one. Even our graduates are coming out, we are congratulate them and send them out. They are entering into the unemployment market. Why such a gaps are happens? That is because of our transformation process. Let us consider the entire transformation process which occurs in our higher educational sector. We took the students, those who met the admissions requirements, we are converting into the graduates. The students becomes the graduates based on higher educational institution education process and its various components. The curriculum, faculty, facilities, administrative support services, and student service supports is involved the conversion of the students into the graduates. Though the environment and the facilities support services are supporting to the curriculum is playing a vital role in the conversions of students into the graduates. Every institution declared their objectives and stated that this is the way the graduates want to be. But the outcomes shows that the original and reality of the graduates. The students who met the admissions, while they are to become a graduates, the external forces are involved. The industry requirements or the higher educational requirements playing vital role to demand the graduates to meet the industry requirements. Here, whatever the inputs we are getting, the prior knowledge before the students getting into that admissions requirements, that is supports to enter into our higher educational system. But whatever the inputs they are getting in that higher educational system, that defines, that shows the graduates' attributes and the graduates' characteristics. When the graduates are coming out from an institution, they are reflecting the graduates' attributes or the characteristics. At present, there are more than 47,000 higher educational institutes are serving across the country. But if you go and view the standard and the ranking, only the top few institutions are attracting the students. The first one, the learning outcomes are defining the characteristics and the attributes of the graduates. It attracts the parents and the industry. How we could say that our graduates are unique? That is purely based on the graduate attributes. Therefore, we have to formulate appropriate graduate attributes, the qualification descriptor, programming learning outcomes, and course learning outcomes that are expected to be demonstrated by the holders of the qualification. Once I say graduates from the arts, the graduates from the science, graduates from an engineering, the graduates from the medical domain, from where he or she is graduated, that reflects the graduate attributes, what its demands. Once I say XYZ institution, it reflects the outcome which carries along with the graduates. The graduate attributes specify that the students become a graduates, they are capable or able to a set of activities, or it represents how they are able to be performed in a situation. Therefore, the first and foremost, defining the graduate attributes and the values of the graduates with the long-standing performance of the institution. The industries, the employers, and the international and national visionaries are viewing the higher educational institutions based on the graduates' attributes. Therefore, the higher education institutions which has high levels of the values, it is demanded by the public, parents, the knowledge seekers, those who are enhancing their educations. For these peoples are looking to that. At what way these graduate attributes or creates an impact of the stakeholders of higher education institutions, curriculum developers, visionaries, educationalists, management of the higher educational institutions, the students, parents, national agencies. It creates the trust about that higher education institution. Now, where it's reflected, whenever we are offering the course, how many applications we are receiving, the demand of the course that reflects. The perception value is high. The stakeholders which they are expected from the higher educational institutions to define the graduate attributes. Based on the graduate attributes only, the rest of the parameters are followed. When we are considering for this learning outcomes, that requires the understanding the nature and level of learning outcomes. Now, according to the National Skill Qualification Framework, they define at every level, schooling level, pre-university level, post-secondary school education, university, post-graduation, each level, they define certain specific skill set. Did our graduates are able to attain or not? That reflects the value of the institutions. Once this met, the students seeking the admissions, the students, the employers, the other higher educational institutes are defining the level of the students based on the learning outcomes. Therefore, we must define the learning outcomes that could address the knowledge, skills, attitude, and value of our graduates. How that we could achieve. When we are going to define these learning outcomes, we must consider the national standards and international comparability of our learning outcomes. Once we are defined the learning outcomes that reflects the students achieved or not, based on that learning outcomes only, we could visualize the graduates. When the graduates represents he or she is an outcome of XYZ higher educational institutions, the government agency and other higher educational institutions is defining the standard. Now, the national standard and international comparability provides the value from the government agency as well as from other higher educational institutions. For an example, the QS ranking, the Times ranking, and our NIRF ranking shows the performance of an institutions that reflects the government agencies to go and contribute the innovative schemes or funding for the research or granting to expand or enhance the infrastructures. Therefore, as a government agency, they are seeking the outcome of an institution with the national standard and international comparability. The next one, the outcome is referring the designing teaching learning strategies, assessing the students' learning level, and periodic review of the programs and the academic standard. If we have that set of learning outcomes for the program called as program outcomes, this according to the program outcomes, we have to be design the teaching learning strategies, assessing the students' learning level, then periodic review of the programs and the academic standards. It aids the faculty, mentor, counselors, employers, and the individual learners to impress about the program. Knowing that learning outcomes, the faculties are prepare the curriculum mapped with that and they are delivering to the students. Now, how the scenarios goes, it's going from a programming outcomes to the course outcome, the course outcomes to the student topic outcomes. These topic outcomes are achieved in everyday classroom, especially for planning, implementing, improving the assessment in higher educations. Therefore, the program outcomes, course outcomes, and topic outcomes are highly influencing the higher education institutes to create the learning infrastructure, the students to evaluate the continuous developments of their learning. So, primarily, we must focus the learning objectives into learning outcomes. If we consider as an objectives, that is the intentions from the teacher's perspective. If it is an outcomes, as we aware that is the student's perspective. Now, our learning outcomes should support the lifelong learning in support of their professional and personal development. This lifelong learning in the support of their professional and personal development is highly demanded by the employers. The outcome is systematically practicing or enabling our students to practice the way in which learn in their learning environment. While we are making for the learning outcomes, we are having that various phases such as defining the curriculum, align the curriculum, instrument and measures that assessment learning. We have to collect, analysis and disseminate what we are achieved. Then we can go for the continuous improvement and enhancement of our curriculum. This entire process is you create an impact with the university, college, department, faculty members, students, and management of that higher education institutions. If I take the management of higher education institutions, they are highly responsible for the creating the learning environment. The university to ensure framing the systematic approach, admitting the students and produce the graduates. The college is taking the responsibility what they are planned to be delivered and converting the students into the graduates. The departments are making a micro level implementation, viewing what is the structure, how this learning outcomes, and how we are going to be impart the knowledge to the knowledge seekers, especially the students, and how we will. The faculty is playing the vital role to get the students in their particular courses and providing the depth knowledge and making a practice of continuous learning and ensure that whatever the learning outcomes are specified that they are achieved or not. Now, the students is the beneficiary. Therefore, the learning outcomes are going to be attract the students, faculty, department, college, university, and other higher educational institutions. If you view the designing and development process of the learning outcomes, we are having the set of learning outcomes at the program level, higher level, that goes to the courses. So these programming learning outcomes, it shows to the students where do they go. Then they are compared with what do I say, because the educational institutions promised in the name of offering degree, they are going to be deliver something. At the end, what do I do or able to do is determined by the students. Therefore, that learning outcomes are playing vital role to meet the expectations of all the stakeholders. So how this is applicable? You can see the learning outcomes of the course is designed with the learner, faculty, higher education institution, and employer. As a learner, it's defined me that what are the things I am going to be learned. At the same time, I could get a confirmation that did I learn these things or not at the end of the program. There are two things, meeting the expectations and getting the confirmations at the learner's level. If you go to the faculty level, it's helped the faculty to determine the scope and make it what are the things I am going to be teach to the students. How could I plan? Now there is a curriculum. How could I structurize that particular course, distributing the over period of time for planning. After my planning, to achieve these learning outcomes, what is the content I should provide? This content is framed in a systematic way. It is distributed in the name of topics. For every topics, we must adopt the teaching, learning strategies. For a topic which I want to be teach, what is the strategy I am going to be adopt? What are the pedagogy I am going to be apply? At the same time, the confirmation of the learning outcomes to the learner. If the learner is learned or not, I have to be confirmed with the support of an assessment. If you provide an assessment and give the feedback if they didn't match the expected level of the learning. So we could provide the feedback to the students. At the faculty level, it helps to be plan, assess, provide the feedback, and enhance or improve the quality of the learner. At the higher education institutions, it's an indicator to state that our graduates are able or capable to do these things. It will attract the stakeholders, especially from the employers or other educational institutions, those who are offering a continuing education in the domain or other education in the domain or the research in the domain, that will help. At the same time, it helps the employer. Yes, this is our industry. We want the skilled people in this domain. So it will address that employers, what is the characteristics and attribute of the graduates. So This programming learning outcomes, it's provide a pathway and an ideology to the learner, as well as provide the confirmations to the learner, these things are learned or not. To the faculty, it is the providing the planning or designing of their course learnings and ensure for the delivery and assessing that and confirming or avoiding for the continuous improvement of the course. If you are viewing the higher education institution, creating the branding, what we are going to create, my students are like this. So we have that institution level outcomes, program level outcomes, even the course level outcomes that could be integrated one with another. As an employer, that is a good significant remark to identify the suitable or potential candidate. If you are going, how these things are mapped. Now, as the learner's perspective, the learning outcomes are mapped with the course learning outcomes. The programming level, it's connected with the course learning. If we come to the course, the learner is defined is micro level learning, very specific learning perspective. Yes, this is the things I am going to be learned in this section. To the faculty for the distribution or planning of the course, the higher educational institution is looking to that. This is an expert of the faculty. So assigning the resource allocation that could be done if we are defining that course level outcome. Once that outcome is defined well, it helps the higher education institutions to identify the resources, human resources, intellectual resources, physical resources, even the labs and other things, they will create the facilities. Now, it is help the employers. This is the skills we are expected. They learned, they are proved in their assessment. So we could impress the employer. So the demands of the employer will be fulfilled from determining the appropriate course level outcomes that could be mapped with our program learning outcomes. How this mapping could be. If you are having the appropriate programming learning outcomes and course learning outcomes, the mapping shows that the appropriate assignments of the knowledge, skills, competence, or your communication skills or psychometry, whatever it is, how it's mapped, that map shows that what is the level of learning of the learner. When the person is learned, if it is mapped appropriately, we could say that this particular graduate is acquired the knowledge in all these domains. This is to provide how my learnings are mapped with my skill enhancement, that indications to the learner. To the faculty, this mapping shows that when I am going to be handle this particular topic or this particular course, which are the skills I have to ensure the students achieved or not. At the higher educational institution level, they can proclaim that our graduates are acquired the skills. For the employers, it is easy to identify the skills are available or not. Now, if you are going to that, the next level of mapping and the distribution. Now, the entire course framework could be divided into different levels. Here, we make it as that there are 3 indicators. One is for that introductory level. Another one is for the professional level. The third one is an advanced level. If I take it into the entire structure of the course, if you take it that to the top level, maybe starting from our semester 1 and other things, I made it to the offering courses in an hierarchical way from the starting of semester 1 up to the end of the semester. Here, the first level you can view all the introductory skills are provided. Now you can go to the middle of the courses. I am re-emphasizing the courses. The professionalism is taught. If I go for that, the further level, it is going for an advanced level. So it helps the students identifying, I am going to be letting you know what are the technology and other things are there at the introductory level. If I am going for the next level, they are going to be emphasis on my learning that I have to be work hard and I am going to be secure that professional skills. In the advanced level, I am going to be exhibit. I am going to be find out how that integration is there. So the students are mentally preparing by themselves. As a stakeholder, he or she is preparing themselves from introductory level, the professional level, and the advanced level. It's given indications to the faculty that I have to change my pedagogy. We have to provide that instructions level, we have to be vary. We have to be accommodate the students and contribute. The third level, we can enhance for that self-learning process and coming for that development according to the Bloom's taxonomy, they can go for the level of things that evaluation and that innovation. Basically, they can go for an understanding, then analyze, develop, they can go and find out, evaluate and implement. All these things that go for that hierarchical level. So the demand, the employer, you see, under the new education systems, the students can be go away from terminate at any level and go for the industry. It's a good indicator to that employer at what level the graduates are coming out, at what level they could offer. So it's given indicator when the students is coming out with that various scores or the grade. If the students is coming a grade in the first semester, aggregations of A plus, the second semester is also A plus, the third semester is A, then he is coming or putting about for that level, we come to know that they are having a strong foundations with the professional skills and they have that advanced level they are achieved. Now, this indications goes to the very specific mapping process. For an example, a university have a mission for that high quality education. The college is also emphasizing on that. The program have the quality. The program objectives is mapped with some of the program outcomes. For this program outcomes, we are having some of the courses we are offered. So this mapping process is supports the stakeholders to evaluate and achieve the students. If the program outcomes are specified, these program outcomes are good indicators to the students, parents, and the employers. The program objectives is what the higher educational institution intended to do through that program. Now, these outcomes are achieved through the program outcomes. This is map, how these things could be achieved, mapping of the programming learning outcomes with the identified course. We are having set of outcomes. These outcomes cannot be achieved. It will be achieved through offering few courses. Therefore, we must have the appropriate mapping of our learning outcomes and defining set of courses. It will ensure that to achieve these programming learning outcomes, students to select and take these courses, at the end of the courses, they acquired. Accumulating these course grades is an indicator to the employer stating that the graduate, he or she, is acquired the skills. So, providing the assessment of the learning outcomes will create an impact to the students as well as the employers to go for attract the stakeholders. Now, there are different assessment levels are there. They can choose that assessment methods according to the learning outcomes. That programming outcomes will give the programming outcomes to attract the learners, faculty, higher educations, and employers. At the same time, the assessment method for this programming outcomes is given indications to the learner, the faculty to plan, higher education institute to provide an infrastructures, employers to view that specific skills sometimes, not always, sometimes They are not viewing that assessment method. Sometimes they will ask, did you have the projects? Then they want to ask them to be, because they want some specific skills from them. To identify the specific skills from the graduates, they are viewing these assessment methods. Now, the assessment methods and the learning outcomes and how it's mapped, that will provide about the graduates' attributes to the employer. Then to standardize and know the graduates from that higher education institutions, the faculty to design that learnings and how they are going to be provided this learning. To the learner, it's given indications what they are going to learn, what is the cross verification process. If we take it into the periodical assessment systems in the outcome-based education, it gives the planning for an assessment too. At the time of assessment, we may have the different component. This is an example. I put it here for an assessment for the lab activities, mid exams or that final exams. There is a certain percentages provided. It is an indications to the learner how he or she to plan to acquire the knowledge. To the faculty, how they are going to be delivered. For an higher education institutions, how they are going to produce the graduates to meet the external stakeholders. If you're viewing that entire schemes, that the process and mapping ensure that what is the level the graduates is acquired the knowledge, or what is the level they acquired the cognitive skills, interpersonal communication, that is purely based on the way in which we are planned or frame the entire curriculum. If higher education institutions design and deliver the entire program through outcome-based education system, sure, we could decrease the graduates' unemployability. What is that final results? We want our graduates to be settled. So we are meeting or exceeding the customers' expectations, the industry expectations. So defining, implementing the outcome-based education is the one and only way to reduce the gap of the academic and industry, ensuring our graduates are coming out with the specific skills and they are meeting the graduate attributes. With the greatest students' learning improvement could be achieved through this outcome-based education for better understanding of social and global issues. They have an ability to apply the science and engineering skills in their work environment. They could acquire a group skills, how to work in the team and other things. They are able to understand ethical and professional issues. So these competitive skills could be evaluated through our learning outcome-based system. Some of the observations on this learning outcome-based system: administration must support the effort for good results along with the faculty. It will provide the entire plan or map to the faculty, the department, college, and university, how we are going to develop or gradually providing the students' skills development. We can't do any magic. A student becomes a graduate, the next day you have to be able to do all these things. No, that requires for orientation, then teaching, then we have an observation, then allow the students to be practiced by themselves, then they will innovate, then only they are able to do. To achieve this is a sequential process. The outcome learning is the best one. If we are provided the outcome-based education, the good process evolve, then because of this process, every student will get an enhancement or the improvements or the continuous improvements. So this higher educational sector are highly recommended to adopt for the outcome-based education. In a conclusion, the establishment of the continuous improvement process based on the assessment of the students' outcomes attainment as a positive effort at the tertiary level programs in higher education. This could be achieved only through the implementation of outcome-based education in the higher education sector. The continuous improvement based on the good outcome assessment leads to the improvement of the quality of student education. If the students are acquired the skills, they can go and serve anywhere. It is not required any of the specific training or the finishing school's enhancement. Instead of going to train your students in the specific skills, we will train the students to face any challenges which is going to be come in front of us in the near futures through the technology based or the pandemic or any of the other challenges which are unexpected. The outcome-based curriculum framework is works towards the holistic experience, the application of knowledge through the field or the lab works. It emphasizes on the application of knowledge to the real life. At last, if we are adopt, plan, and execute the outcome-based education system, the students will attain various 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, analytic reasoning, cognitive skills, and self-directed learning, etc., which help them to be face the current challenges in the real world. To face the real world, the higher education institution to design the outcome-based education methods that has to be implemented in an appropriate way, then we could fulfill all the stakeholders and their expectations. So with this, I want to provide the overview how the stakeholders are fulfilled or they're satisfied with the help of outcome-based education system. I'm over to the moderator for any question and answer for another 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this enriching session on the impact of outcome-based curriculum, outcome-based education. Participants, you can post your questions in the chat so that we can ask the resource person. Any questions, participants? Okay, so I think there are no questions in the chat box. I think they would, in case if the participants have any questions, they can send it to the organizers and we will forward it to Dr. Clement King. Sir, thank you very much for this session. I would like to invite Ms. Mary Ann to deliver the vote of thanks and then also give instructions about the sessions tomorrow. And I also request the participants to fill the feedback form so that they get the certificates at the earliest. Thank you very much. Over to Mary Ann.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of our director, principal, the IQAC, and the participants here, I would like to thank you, Dr. Clement King, for sharing your insights on the impact of outcome-based education on stakeholders. I think each stakeholder, their role and the impact of OBE on their performance and growth was very clearly described. And I think we all benefited from the conceptual as well as practical insights and suggestions you provided. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and time with us today, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That concludes our final session for today. I would just like to remind the participants to kindly fill in the feedback forms for this and the other sessions so that certificates can be provided for participation. Our session will begin tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. with a talk on the theme Benchmarking Quality Research Standards and Outcomes by Dr. Michael Rajamati, followed by a talk on the new method of assessment and accreditation under NAC delivered by Dr. Siddhalinga Swami. This will be followed by a panel discussion moderated by Dr. Paul Newman on the topic Good Governance, Best Practices and Strategies in Higher Education Institutions. And finally, there'll be a valedictory session with the keynote address from Dr. B.S. Ponmudraj. We request you to join the meeting at least 5 minutes before the session. So that's at least by 10 a.m. That concludes all the instructions as well. So thank you so much to each of you and to each of our speakers for being a part of today's session and participating so wholeheartedly. I think it was definitely a very enriching and enlightening set of sessions that we had today on varied topics. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.